And a very good afternoon to you. I'm Tyler Peterson, and welcome to tonight's broadcast of Vibes Baseball live once again on YouTube. Bienvenidos y buenos tardes. We are live once again from Colorado Springs, Colorado, as the Vibes prepare for their second homestand of the season. They take on the Idaho Falls Chukars in a 6-game series starting tonight live on UC Health Parks. The Vibes are looking to break their 9-game losing streak, and they are looking to do it tonight with Garrett Alvarez on the hill, making his second start of the season. We'll have lineups and first pitch right after this short break for Game 12 of our Vibes season. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back inside UC Health Park. I'm Tyler Peterson, now joined by my broadcast partner, Don Arcuri, and with today's starting lineups, here is Mr. Don Arcuri.
Thank you, sir, and welcome everybody to the broadcast. We'll start with the visiting team, the Idaho Falls Chukars, 8-3 on this young season. They are under the manager, Billy Gardner Jr. Batting first in left field is Steve Barmakian. In center field, batting second, Matt Feinstein. Batting third at first base, Hunter Hiskey. Batting fourth, playing right field, Calvin Estrada. Catching and batting fifth is Brady West. Batting sixth at third base is Dusty Stroop. Designated hitter for tonight, batting seventh, Andrew Don. At shortstop, batting eighth, Eric Callahan. And batting ninth, playing second base, Sam Troyer. Starting pitcher tonight for the Chukars is number 19, Joe Slocum. Moving on to the hometown, Rocky Mountain Vibes under manager Francisco Cabrera. Leading off at shortstop is Brandon Perez. Batting second in right field, Gio Diaz. In left field, batting third, Dominique Hernandez. Batting fourth at second base, Ulysses Cantu. At third base, batting fifth, Dallas Binder. Designated hitter for tonight, batting sixth, Miguel Tejada Jr. Batting seventh at first base is Caleb Marquez. And center field, batting eighth is Joshua Esparza. And batting ninth, the catcher, Julian Lara. Starting pitcher tonight for the Vibes is number 19, Garrett Alvarez. We'll get into some more of his statistics here as the game gets underway. And we'll send it back over to Tyler.
And you're just seeing now both Billy Gardner Jr. and Francisco Cabrera meeting the umpires at home plate, exchanging the lineup cards. It'll be William Berger, tonight's umpire behind home plate, Cody Allenbrand at first base, and Tim Hatfield. He will be in black over at third. It's a great night for baseball. The lights are on. We've avoided any storms. They all came and went before today, thank goodness. And we are looking for 6 straight days of Vibes baseball. And it's supposed to get even a little bit hot. It's supposed to get up toward the high 80s by the end of the week. See the Vibes taking the field now, and Garrett Alvarez taking the mound. It's just about time for our national anthem. Tonight's rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner will be performed by the youth choir of the First Methodist Church out of Newman, Georgia. Let's send it down to the field.
Your junior Vibes are presented by Children's Hospital Colorado. At Children's Hospital Colorado, we see more, treat more, and heal more kids than any hospital in our 7-state region. We're experienced and forward-thinking when it comes to the latest methods for diagnosis and treatment. Thank you, Children's Hospital Colorado, for sponsoring the Junior Vibes. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask that you all please rise and kindly remove your caps as we honor the United States with the playing of our national anthem. Performing our national anthem today is the youth choir of the First United Methodist Church out of Newnan, Georgia.
What a nice rendition of our national anthem. I want to thank the youth choir of the First Methodist Church out of Noonan, Georgia. It is now time for baseball. One last thing we have to hear before we can officially begin. I think they're trying to find a kid right now that we can get that underway. It's the first of 6 from UC Health Park. It'll be the Chukars and the Vibes. Again, Rocky Mountain only their 3rd year of being a team, but have yet to beat the Chukars here at UC Health Park. And I think we are going to have those 2 words we need before we start any play tonight.
Welcome back out to UC Health Park. As the first time to get this game started, hanging out here with this cool kid named Douglas. And he's going to get this game started for all you laughing in. Douglas, are you ready, buddy? What are those 2 magic words to get tonight's game started?
There they are. And that was the theatrical Cliff Cage emceeing as well. Chukars in their road burgundies, Vibes in their new home whites. Garrett Alvarez on the mound making his 2nd start of the season.
And Garrett, age 30, out of Madera, California. He's a right-handed pitcher, 6'2", 200 pounds, out of Western Oregon University. Made his debut just this year in the 3rd game of the season on May 25th. He was part of a 12-11 decision for the Vibes that evening. He pitched in 1 inning in that game. And his first start, not quite as successful. He started on June 2nd against the Northern Colorado Owls. Only pitched 1 inning, gave up 6 runs, all earned, and 6 hits, and threw a walk and a strikeout in there as well. So we hope to get a little bit better performance from Garrett tonight as he opens up his 2nd start.
He said before the game he needed something to start getting the swag and the mojo going, so he's looking for a good start tonight. The Vibes defense, it's Hernandez in left, Esparza in center, and Diaz in right. Around the diamond 3rd to 1st, it's Binder, Perez, Cantu, and Marquez. Behind the plate is Julian Lara. 5 games in northern Colorado for the Vibes on their first road trip. It did not go their way. They lost each of those 5. One was postponed due to lightning. That game is still to be announced when it will be made up. And quite a few changes on the diamond as well. Before they even left for that trip, Aldo Villagomez, Adrian Mardueno, and Christian Samarano all placed on the inactive list and all assigned to the Monclova Academy. In are Hector Figueroa, Luis De Paula, and Jesus Valenzuela. All 3 pitched in the Northern Colorado series. And then just this morning, one of those players, Luis De Paula, was sold. His contract was sold to another team. Victor Buelna was placed on the inactive list. He was assigned to the Team Mexico U23 Baseball World Cup, so he'll join that camp. And in, off of the injured list, is Joshua Esparza. Welcome back, Joshua. And the new pitcher, Jorge Leo. First batter of the game, it's Steve Barmakian, the left-handed hitting, now outfielder. He is playing left field tonight. Steve, last year in Idaho Falls, pretty much an infielder, either at 2nd or 3rd. First pitch from the windup from Alvarez. And that's a strike at 6:33. As we said, it's a nice night for baseball. 74 degrees here in Colorado Springs. Line drive into the glove of Brandon Perez, and that's how our ball game begins. That'll bring up now, last year, one of the most feared hitters in the Pioneer League. This is Matt Feinstein. Matt Feinstein last year hit .366, 22 home runs, and 116 RBI. There were a couple names last year, Don, you didn't want to see at the plate. One was Matt Feinstein. Jacob Goldfarb of the Ogden Raptors was another. David Mayberry of the Ogden Raptors. Feinstein, 4 home runs in 11 games, and the first pitch is a strike at the knees. Feinstein briefly in the American Association this year, and then was traded back to Idaho Falls. Just off the plate from Alvarez. Top of the first, no score, one away. Tyler Peterson and Don Arcuri welcoming you into our broadcast booth. This is down low. Here's the 2-1. Maybe a touch high there. Now 3-1. Bases are empty. Alvarez trying to get something going for this pitching staff that needs some good breaks. There's strike 2. Feinstein was already starting to take off the arm guard. Now, let's see. I was with Idaho Falls all last year. If I know Matt Feinstein, he will call time before this next pitch in some capacity. Whether it's this action right now or before Alvarez throws another pitch. Full count. Looks like we're going to play. We do. Line drive to right field. Base hit. Feinstein's the first man on for the Chukars today, and that'll bring up the first baseman, Hunter Hiskey. Now, you might notice some changes with our score bug. We have both now innings, pitch count, and outs on our score bug, our new and improved score bug, and we want to thank the good people over at Visua for all their help. Hunter Hiskey is batting .347, no home runs, and 15 RBI. First pitch is a strike. Last year with Idaho Falls, batted .347, 4 home runs, and 55 RBI. Run on first is Feinstein. They check on him, and he gets back.
One of 4 or 5 returning players for the Chukars this year. Gave the Vibes fits last year.
Vibes won 2 games against the Chukars, both in Idaho Falls, and they actually, in some ways, prevented the Chukars from winning that first half. Pitch is down low. I remember a game that was started by Aron Solis, and I think it was a one-run ball game by the time it finished, but Solis induced, I want to say, 4 double plays to get out of innings in that game, and the Chukars missed out on the first half championship by 1 game. So you could say in some ways that happened right there. Of course, you could have picked a number of spots, but it's easier looking back. Hunter, in the offseason, married his fiancée, whose name is also Hunter. So it is Mr. and Mrs. Hunter Hiskey.
How about that?
Feinstein, a short lead off of first. Hiskey swings, grounds it into right field, a base hit. Takes a funny bounce. This throw is going to go all the way into third, but Feinstein able to speed over. It's a single for Hiskey, and it's first and third for Idaho Falls here in the top of the first.
Alvarez locating his pitches pretty well, but good bats on the ball for the last 2 hitters.
Yeah, that one may be just a little bit too over the plate in a 2-strike count. It's like a wicked hop off the edge of that grass as well. This is Calvin Estrada, who is the active Pioneer League Player of the Week. Put on some muscle in the offseason. Last 7 games for Estrada, he's batting .485, 3 home runs, and 13 RBI. Alvarez looking to get out of a jam. First pitch, breaking ball. It's good for strike 1. The longest start by any Vibe is actually Hasiel Ochoa in that Northern Colorado series. He went over 5 innings into the 6th. It was the best start by any Vibe. Estrada looks at strike 2 at the knees. Now, we see Estrada walk out, but Well, you have to remember, there is a pitch clock in place here. And right now, Alvarez gets 17 seconds on that pitch clock with runners on. The 0-2 fouled away, out of play.
That was a nice setup by Laura to the outside. Estrada protecting the plate, but a good pitch from Alvarez.
First and third for Idaho Falls here in the top of the first. No score. 1 out in the inning. Another check. This time it's on Hiskey. He gets back. Hunter Hiskey is not slow. He's not fast either. I doubt he'd be running. Although if I check the stats, he has 2 steals on the season. So what do I know? They're going to look on him again, and again he gets back.
And Laura does have a good arm. You remember that during the first homestand, some outstanding throws to catch a couple of the Glacier Range Rider runners.
Well, I got to say, right now, Julian Lara, his bat is putting him in the lineup, batting .393. And when you're carrying 3 catchers, it's quite a competition. And right now, Lara is hitting his way into a lineup spot each game. Weakly grounded. Charging is Binder. Throwing over to first in time. So they get Calvin Estrada. The out goes 5-3. Give Estrada an RBI. Scoring is Feinstein on the play. And it's 1-0 Idaho Falls. Down to second goes Hunter Hiskey. And there is some trouble for Estrada now at first base. He is down behind, and he came up lame after he ran through the bag. Is this some sort of hamstring? I would have to believe this is a lower body injury, Don. That's Katie Berglund, the athletic trainer, going out.
He kind of rested one leg up on top of the knee of the other, being held to his feet.
There's certain actions in the body that when you see them, you think, oh, that's a this. And the way that he kind of pulled up through the bag, you'd have to imagine that was something in the upper leg.
And it was a close play at first. He obviously was trying to leg that out. And looks like he may try to walk it off, and then we'll get a determination from the bench as to whether he'll remain as a runner.
Well, Idaho Falls does not want to lose Estrada, who is just red hot, batting .422, best on the team, most hits with 19, most RBI with 17. He picks up his 18th RBI on that play. And give credit to Dallas Binder, who made a great charging play to get Estrada out at first. But right now, based on the way he is carrying himself into that dugout, I would imagine we will see him replaced. This is Brady West. 2 away now for Idaho Falls. It's 1-0 with Hunter Hiskey at second. Brady West batting .406, second best on the team. In this his 10th start, a home run and 6 RBI. First pitch is swung on and missed. That was the off speed. Second professional year for Brady West out of Rockford, Illinois. Played baseball at North Greenville. Played for a former big leaguer, not Boog Powell, Landon Powell. Landon Powell is the manager down in North Greenville. Now we got time. 44 games for West last year. He batted .301, 8 home runs, 39 RBI. Alvarez looking to limit the damage. And West lays off.
And that's kind of been the theme, both in the first homestand and the road. they let a lot of runs get in early on in the game, and then have either had to try to make those up and maybe play out of character a little bit. So hopefully they can, like you said, limit what Idaho Falls can put across.
West back to the screen. And you think about it, Don, when you look inning by inning, by the time you get to the end, it's always maybe a 6-run, a 7-run. And if that is maybe eliminated or cut down by 3 runs or 4 runs, we might be talking about
a 500 record in some cases. A lot of the homestand games at least went that way.
You can't play the game backwards that way, but it certainly is interesting. Soft liner into the glove of Perez, inning over. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, and a man left on base. We head to the bottom of the first. Chukars strike first. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Welcome back to UC Health Park. Tyler Peterson and Don Arcuri with you. It's game 1 of 6 against Idaho Falls in this second homestand of the year. It'll be Perez, Diaz, and Hernandez, the first 3 Vibes batters, to face Joe Slocum, the Aurora, Colorado native. Went to college right here in UC Colorado Springs. He is a mountain lion, like Daniel Silva on this Chukars team, like Nate Jenkins on this Chukars team, a few Colorado Springs guys. So they maybe went to a Sky Sox game or 2 in their day. Defense for Idaho Falls, it's Barmakian in left, Feinstein in center. And let's see who is in right field. Is it Calvin Estrada? It is not. That's number 15, Rick Phillips. So Estrada has been removed from this game. Rick Phillips, the new right fielder. Around the diamond, third to first, Dusty Stroop, Eric Callahan, Sam Troyer, Hunter Hiskey. Behind the plate, Brady West, and on the mound is Joe Slocum. Here's Brandon Perez back in the leadoff spot. Just when it had seemed that Gio Diaz was going to take over that leadoff position, here's Perez. Avoided a scary injury in northern Colorado, and the first pitch is a strike. Diaz had a great series in northern Colorado. He now has 17 hits and 44 at-bats and seemed to score every game after getting a leadoff single in the top of the first. Perez, no slouch, batting .342, no home runs, 3 RBI. Back to the screen, now 1-2. Base is empty in the bottom of inning number 1. Swing and miss by Perez. It's in the dirt. West. Strong throw onto first. And that's a strikeout, 2-3. First strikeout for Slocum. There's one away here in the bottom of the first inning. Joe Slocum just one start on this early season. He went 5 innings, picked up the win against Grand Junction. The Chukars helped out the Vibes by taking 5 of 6 from their fellow Colorado rivals. Here's Gio Diaz. First pitch is a strike. And a swing and a miss and a quick 0-2. And now the 0-2 to Diaz. Ground ball into the glove of Stroop. It sort of found him. He has no play. And that's a single. I don't know if Stroop was looking directly into the sun or what, but he had to stretch for it. Diaz will get on.
Did look like he fielded cleanly and maybe just couldn't find the handle getting the ball out of his glove. And Diaz with pretty good speed heading down to first.
He stopped it in front of him, which was the good part. He just was not able to get the throw on. It's a tough play. He is looking directly into the sun right now. Here's Hernandez. And he hits this again to Stroop. And what a pick by Stroop at third. And this is going to go around the horn for a double play. Well, that's baseball for you, Don. 5-4-3. The inning is over. We head to the top of the second. 1-0 Idaho Falls. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Top of inning number 2, Tyler Peterson and Don Arcuri. It's 1-0 Idaho Falls. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube, and I want to say hello to all of our watchers on YouTube. Whether you're in Colorado Springs, Idaho Falls, around the world, maybe you're on the International Space Station, however you're watching us tonight, thank you for tuning in. This is Dusty Stroop, who on back-to-back plays stuck the glove out and had one ball sort of go off his glove and then had a really nice, look what I found, around the horn double play. Stroop is the third baseman. And the first pitch from Alvarez, a breaking ball for strike 1. Stroop batting .323, 2 home runs, 7 RBI. This is popped up. This will get out into the outfield now. In is Diaz. He'll put it away. quick out to begin this second for Alvarez. Here's Andrew Don. Andrew, a native of Scituate in Massachusetts. And if Andrew Don's father is listening to this, I can tell you that I did not forget that pronunciation. Scituate. S-C-I-T-U-A-T-E, Don.
Sounds about right.
First pitch. Strike at the knees. Don so far this season batting .310, no home runs and 4 RBI. Base is empty, 1 out, and that's in the dirt. Andrew Don last season, he started out very hot in the top of the order, and then in the second half sort of cooled off. Maybe the bat speed went down slightly, but spent this summer with the Savannah Bananas in Georgia, and they run their organization in sort of a, if you're unfamiliar with what the Savannah Bananas do, sort of a Harlem Globetrotters on TikTok steroids. I think is the best way to, I think that's their mission statement, actually. The 2-1 is now 2-2. They have guys come to the plate with their bats on fire. They have guys dance into a pitch.
That's what minor league baseball is all about.
Yep. This is fouled away. And I know Andrew played on sort of what would be the Washington Generals version of that, except I don't think that those teams were out there losing every time. The 2-2 from Alvarez. Again, Don fights this away again down the right field line. An RBI ground out for Calvin Estrada in the first. That's the 1 run. Estrada was injured on the play. Flip job down toward the Vibes bullpen, out of play again.
Don't know if he's intentionally trying to go to the right side. He's a little bit late on the last 3 or 4 pitches.
Sox at about the patella tendon as well. I was never a high Sox guy when I played, Don. Down low. I don't know if it just didn't feel right. Maybe I didn't have the legs for it.
Well, it's either that or pants dragging on the ground around your ankles, so take your pick.
Well, when I played, we had sort of the, I don't know what you call it, the scrunchy end to the pants. Full count to Don. That's high, ball 4. And that'll bring up Eric Callahan.
And the Sox actually had straps that went around the bottom of your feet. Remember the old days.
Did you play with stirrups?
I did. And it was funny because the straps were kind of ugly. But what a lot of us would do is we'd chop the ends off and extend the stirrups so they'd go further up on the leg so they weren't quite as visible. At least that's what I did.
Eric Callahan batting .293. He started every game. 2 home runs and 14 RBI. Big production, batting 8th today. Vibes in double play depth up the middle. Don, decent lead at first. There's a strike. Andrew Don will go if given the opportunity. Doesn't have a steal this year. And I don't know whether it's just sort of a stats thing where it's not put in correctly, but this says here the Chukars are 21 of 21 for steals. I don't necessarily believe that. They could. Don gets back.
That'd be, about 1.5 steals a game into this young season, but
without being
close.
Caught ever.
Without being caught at all.
The Vibes, who run a lot, have 19 steals but have been caught 10 times. The 1-1 to Callahan is down the right field line, again out of play. Boy, if there were folks in that party deck right now, they'd have about 5 foul balls in these last 2 at-bats.
And a good meal, too.
And a good meal.
It's interesting. We talked a little bit about during the first homestand about the Vibes trying to be a little bit more aggressive on the bases after the first few games. And it looks like they took that to heart as they went into the road series as well.
Again, Don gets back. Slipped a little going into first. I have some advanced statistical data, courtesy of Assistant GM Chris Hall in Idaho Falls. It's correct, 21 of 21.
How about that?
1-2 to Callahan. Did he go? Yes.
Nice pitch,
says the first base umpire. First strikeout for Alvarez. He gets Callahan swinging. Two away now here in the top of the second. This is Sam Troyer, who spent last year, parts of last year anyway, with the Missoula Paddleheads. Again, Don gets back. The Chukars acquired Troyer in the Pioneer League draft, the same draft in which the Vibes got Caleb Marquez and Dominique Hernandez. First pitch is low. Troyer, this year batting .321, no home runs and 6 RBI. But if I remember correctly, he had quite a nice start with Missoula when he was there. There's strike one. Let's open up the big encyclopedia here. Let's see. For Missoula, no, 256, 1 home run, and 16 RBI. They had a shortstop who hit about 11 home runs last year to the Paddleheads. I'm trying to think who that was. It wasn't Troyer then. Life of a baseball player, though, you go from Missoula, Montana, and then you go to Sussex County in Augusta, New Jersey. You then go to Fargo, North Dakota, and then you go to Idaho Falls, Idaho. Fouled away. 4 teams in less than 365 days. Got some pretty good hecklers out today, I have to say. 2-2, 2 outs. Don at first. Long pause, and that's just off the plate. I waited that time, Don.
Laura framed that pitch pretty well.
A lot of the time, if you hit your spot in this league, most umpires will give it to you. But if that was off the plate, then credit to Bill Berger for hanging in there. And it was off the plate. Line drive, and Cantu never saw it. It's the same issue that Dusty Stroop had in the previous inning. It's a single for Troyer, and Don goes to third.
Just made a comment in the booth here a few minutes ago that the lower that sun gets over the right side of the ballpark, it's going to be tougher for that left side of the infield and the left fielder as well, looking right back into the sun.
Yeah, the big hot ball in sky causing issues. And now it looks like that's not Ulysses Cantu, excuse me. That's Dallas Binder at third, and he is now going to get some shades from Caleb Marquez, which is probably the right idea. Cantu's playing at second tonight. It's his first start at second base. Here's Steve Barmakian again, and be careful because Steve Barmakian will ambush you on the first pitch. It's the guy who hit leadoff for pretty much 70 games last year for Idaho Falls. He batted .348. First pitch, down low.
All the good traits of a leadoff hitter, good eye, knows when to swing the bat.
In college in George Washington, I believe he struck out the fewest times of any batter in his respective league. Barmakian out of play. 1-1, 2 away. It's Don at third, it's Troyer at first, and it's 1-0 Idaho Falls. Garrett Alvarez needs a momentum play here. Nearly got out of the inning with the ball softly hit toward Binder. This is off the plate. And I will say the nice thing about having this YouTube broadcast in front of me is we saw that play where Alvarez threw the pitch, Laura framed it. We have only a certain angle we see from the booth. I look on the stream, well, it's definitely 6 inches off the plate. It looked good from here.
Sure did.
2-1, there goes Troyer. Lara will throw through. It's stopped by the shortstop Perez. It's a stolen base for Sam Troyer.
Laura didn't really have a handle on that ball. Came up good off the plate, but kind of double pumped and didn't really have a grip on that throw.
Well, we've already seen the go to second run home sort of double steal tried a few times. The Vibes tried it once. Glacier tried it once. In the end, it wasn't, I don't want to say half-hearted because it was a full throw, but it was maybe sort of an afterthought once Lara threw the pitch. It's 3-1 to Barmakian. And it's high and it's ball 4. So the bases will be loaded for Matt Feinstein.
This is what you wanted to guard against, this early threat from the visiting team. Let this get away from you.
Like I say, spare a thought for Alvarez, who was able to get a soft line drive toward his third baseman, but like Dusty Stroop in the previous inning and Binder here, just you can't see the ball. Which is why that first play was not an error on Stroop. I mean, he stopped a ball that was going toward left field with his glove, was able to juggle it. He never saw it in the first place. Then he picks a beautiful double play, of course. And as we said, that's just baseball. Highland Peguero going to go out and have a quick chat with Alvarez. And I really like this mound visit, Don, because the Vibes, they need to break this losing streak. This, right now, is going to be a tone setter going forward. You want to get the out here. You don't want Idaho Falls to suddenly put up 2 or 3 on you.
And with a team like that, you know, the extra out, giving him the extra out or the extra batter could pay dividends for them. Play good, sound defense. Garrett's thrown a pretty good game so far. Only a couple of sharply hit balls and some unfortunate luck in the field.
Don at third, Troyer at second, Barmakian at first. The first pitch to Matt Feinstein. He singled back in the first. On its way. And that's a nice pitch for strike 1. That was the best thing that could have happened to Alvarez, is getting ahead here. You want to be able to control the at-bat. You want to play from behind. Because in this situation, the batter has the advantage. There are 2 outs. The 0-1. Down low. You can see Feinstein's body start to carry toward the pitch, but kept those hands back. Matt Feinstein walked off the Grand Junction Rockies in a 15-14 ball game, a game which went 4 hours and 17 minutes. That's Pioneer League baseball for you. 1-1. High 2-1.
Talked during the first homestand about no lack of runs here in the Pioneer League this year. A lot of double-digit scoring for both teams in a lot of the games this year.
I mean, just look at the batting averages. The Chukars are batting .328. The Vibes are batting .326. The 2-1, Feinstein takes high. And now, with that third ball, down to the bullpen go a few Vibes, rather hurriedly. Looks like Johnny Morrell is going to start to get warm. Alvarez needs to find the zone here. He does, and Feinstein swings through. Fastball at 89. Well, he certainly didn't get cheated. The wind is blowing in from left field, but at 6,531 feet. Did I get that right that time, Don?
You got it.
Finally got it. At 6,531 feet, the wind can only help the ball stay in so much. And there's that patented two-strike timeout from Mr. Matt Feinstein. Everyone's on the move. 3-2, 2 outs. Don from third, Troyer from second, and Barmakian from first. They'll all be running on this pitch. Or not, as Alvarez steps off.
Pitcher will do that every so often just to see what kind of jump the runners might get.
Well, I was building the drama there, Don. Another 3-2. Here it is. It's high. It's ball 4. Maybe slightly an overthrow. It's an RBI for Feinstein. In to score is Don. Everyone moves up one base. Troyer to third, Barmakian to second. And now here's Hunter Hiskey. So you've let in the 1 run, all right? We can hang. You don't want to let in now an extra couple. Hiskey also singled back in the first. Infield is playing back. The first pitch is down low.
Sun kind of playing tricks on the fielders right now. The stadium lights are on, been on here for about 20 minutes or so. But the Sun's made an appearance off and on pretty steady for the last 10 minutes now. Back behind the clouds.
The 1-0 to Hiskey. High 2-0. Alvarez needs to get back in the zone. No one being held on. All the runners will get a huge jump. And that's high as well, 3-0. That's actually, looks like Yohandri Perez getting warmed up in the bullpen now. The 3-0. Close enough for the automatic strike 1. I saw Johnny Morrell, 41, running down there, but I believe that's 34 Perez. Now 3-1 to Hiskey. Hunter hits this down the left field line, but out of play. And onto the grassy berm. And a kid's going to pick up the foul ball. So we're going to do this again. 3-2. 2 outs. Bases full. Everyone will be on the move. Lara setting up inside. And the 3-2 from Alvarez is swung on into left field, a base hit. That'll score 1. Here comes the back runner Barmakian. He'll score as well. It's a 2-run single for Hunter Hiskey. And it's 4-0 Idaho Falls. And there is that crooked number we talked about. Give Hiskey 2 RBI in that play, as Troyer and Barmakian both score. And here comes Francisco Cabrera. 58 pitches for Garrett Alvarez. He leaves after 1 2/3 innings. Rick Phillips will have to wait for his first at bat. And from the bullpen is Perez. We'll take a quick break. It's 4-0 Idaho Falls here in the top of the second. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Welcome back. It's the top of the second still. It's first and second. 2 outs. Rick Phillips at the plate. Yoandri Perez on the mound.
And this is his 6th appearance here in this young season. Last pitched against the Northern Colorado Owls on June the 4th. 6 1/3 innings pitched, giving up 14 hits, 11 runs, all earned. 4 walks and 9 strikeouts, carrying a bit of a high ERA in this young season. 15.63, but again, those are kind of false numbers here as this season is getting underway.
This is Rick Phillips in for the injured Calvin Estrada. Phillips, just his 5th game this season, swings and fouls us into the Vibes dugout 0-1. Phillips, 6 hits in 18 at-bats. That's good for a .333 batting average. No home runs, 2 RBI. He is in right field. He wears number 15. And now...
Could be a crack on the bat.
I think so.
In the end of the bat. That's kind of how it went off the plate on that swing.
Phillips not too enthused by that development, but we're going to get a new bat.
Perez, 25 years old. His hometown is Vicente Noble in Dominican Republic. Played for 1 season of affiliated ball with Milwaukee in 2019, and then he split some time between there and Lowe, Wisconsin. Also spent time in the Arizona Rookie League. Made his Vibes debut back on May the 25th. 6'1", 197. He'd like to get a third out here.
It's 0-1 to Phillips. There goes the runner to third. This is fouled away. Well, Feinstein, I don't know if Perez ever looked at him, but he sort of ran into a lead to third. And had Phillips not swung, Feinstein could have walked into third. It's 0-2 to Rick Phillips. The 0-2. Down low, first breaking ball. For Garrett Alvarez, it's 1 2/3 innings, 4 hits so far, 4 runs, 4 earned runs, 3 walks, and a strikeout. Both runners on base are his responsibility. That's inside. Now 2-2. Three runs for Idaho Falls here in the second. The 2-2, a ground ball down the line, but foul. Past the third base coach, Billy Gardner Jr., who is also the manager. Caden White, first base coach for Idaho Falls. Perez versus Phillips. Takes 6. Outside, it's 3-2. So both runners on the move. 3 walks in the inning already by Vibes pitching. Let's see how aggressive Phillips is going to be. He wants time. Set once more. Perez is 3-2. Inside corner, strike 3 called. The inning is over. Perez does get the third out of the inning. 3 runs for Idaho Falls on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We head to the bottom of the second. Vibes' turn to break into this deficit a little bit. 4-0 Chukars. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. It's the bottom of the second inning. Ulysses Cantu, Dallas Binder, and Miguel Tejada Jr. all due up to face Joe Slocum. Welcome back inside UC Health Park in Colorado Springs. Tyler Peterson and Don Arcuri and you. Thank you for watching tonight. Ulysses Cantu had a really, really nice series in Northern Colorado. He's now batting .396. He hit 2 home runs up in Greeley, and he has 8 RBI in the season, which is tied for the team lead.
And got 6 of those 8 RBIs during that road.
Tapped right at the plate for strike 1.
Also contributed with a couple of stolen bases during that series of Northern Colorado.
Cantu from Fort Worth, Texas. 24 years old. The 0-1 becomes 0-2. Vibes have, even though you don't want to, have played well in deficits as far as staging comebacks. What was it, Don? Was it an 9-run 8th inning to
right at the tail end of the last homestand?
Yeah, right at the tail end of the last homestand. They still lost the game, I believe, by
10 runs. I think that was the game that night.
I wasn't necessarily going to say anything, but yes, that's just off the plate.
Couple of football scores that we had during that homestand, and nice to see that they have it in them, though, and that's the main thing. You never count them out.
The 2-2 to Cantu. And that's going to die in the grasses. Foul. Seen a few balls in my time spin back toward that first base line. Another 2-2 to Cantu. And that's high 3-2. Slocum in the first struck out Brandon Perez. Allowed a single to Gio Diaz, and then Dominic Hernandez grounded into a 5-4-3 double play. Sun no longer an issue here. I think now the issue is the wind. This is fouled back by Cantu. Ulysses spent a number of years in the Cleveland Indians organization, now Guardians. Was drafted in the 6th round of the 2016 draft out of high school. The 3-2 popped up toward right. Over is Phillips toward the bullpen. This is out of play. And I think the wind helped it get out of play as well.
Cantu second on the Vibes team with a .396 batting average here in this season. 19 for his first 48 at-bats. 8 RBIs. Has a couple of home runs this season.
Another full count pitch. High, ball 4. Leadoff walk to Ulysses Cantu. And now, this is actually, you could say, a former Chucker, Dallas Binder, who arrived on the scene toward the tail end of the homestand we opened with Glacier. Dallas was in camp with Idaho Falls, and Dallas had a really nice road trip as well. Like Cantu, he hit 2 home runs against Northern Colorado. Runner on first, nobody out. The first pitch is swung on and missed.
Good young prospect, and had a good first couple of games here in his opening series. And at his spot in the lineup, some good speed. He had 3 stolen bases during that road series with Northern Colorado.
0-1. Off the fists. Foul, and just over the glove of a little leaguer who almost made a great play. Joe Slocum last year for Idaho Falls was 4-5 in 15 starts. An ERA of 7.09. Pitched 58 1/3 innings. 0-2 on Dallas Binder. And that's high. Good to see Caleb Marquez back in the lineup. He appeared in the last game the Vibes played in Northern Colorado. Sat on the bench for a couple games due to the hamstring injury he picked up against Glacier. Never went on the IL, though. Weak ground ball toward third and foul. Be picked up by third base coach Luwani Sanchez. It's a $2 Tuesday today. A lot of folks picking up those $2 upper GAs. It's going to be a really fun week as well. We've got the Fireworks Friday coming back. We're going to bring out the new Baby Blue Springs jerseys. And then Saturday, Army Air Force Day. A lot of festivities to go along with that pregame as well. There's a ball just a touch low. Getting gusty here now. Cantu walk into a bigger lead. He's not going anywhere. Binder, a little ball out in front of home. West picks it up, spins, throws, and oh, what a scoop from Hunter Hiskey. West did a nice job to get out of his crouch and pick up that ball. He spun, but he threw a little wildly into the dirt, and he was bailed out by his first baseman there. That goes 2-3 on the ground out. Cantu goes down to second, and now here's Miguel Tejada.
And again, Binder with good speed, and it was a close play at first.
One away, man at second for Miguel Tejada. First pitch, off the hands, foul. Not afraid to swing is Miguel. Batting .310, has not hit a home run yet, but is tied for the team lead with 8 RBI.
Now, if I recall, with your time in Idaho Falls, Hunter Hiskey was a catcher last year. I remember when I was doing PA announcing here last year, and quite a good catcher, as I remember.
He is. He is playing first today. High fly ball toward left in the park. Who wants it? Feinstein wants it. He comes in. He makes the catch. Not an easy play. 2 away. Tejada, for his part, just got under that one. Welcome back, Caleb Marquez at first base today, big number 40. A lot of power for Marquez. Hit 3 home runs against Glacier in that opening homestand. Man at second, 2 outs. Vibes have been good with 2 outs with runners in scoring position, and the first pitch is way outside. Wind blowing right into our booth. Might be able to hear it on these effects mics. This is inside, 2-0. On deck, hey, also welcome back, Joshua Esparza. His first game reactivated off the injured list. Of course, a 2021 vibe is Joshua Esparza. Marquez takes low, 3-0.
And Esparza really the foundation for the outfield last year. Made some spectacular plays as the season went along, and his presence was missed early on in this season. Nice to have him back.
It's 3-0 to Marquez, and if he gets a pitch he likes, he will swing. He did, and he did, but he missed it.
Power against power there. Good fastball from Slocum.
Now 3-1. Still a hitter's count for Marquez. Takes off the plate. Ball 4. It's the first walk issued by Slocum. 2 men on for Joshua Esparza. Esparza played in 3 games before he was injured. 2 hits in 10 at-bats. He scored 2 runs and drove a man in. He has 2 men on with 2 men outs. 2 men out. And a chance to re-announce himself here in this season. First pitch. Esparza takes the breaking ball high. 47 ribbies for Esparza in 2021. He had 20 multi-hit games in the 87 he played and 10 multi-RBI games in those 87. Off the hands,
Could
into
be
center. Out is the shortstop, Callahan. He makes the catch, and the inning is over. No runs, no hits, no errors. 2 men left on base. We head to the top of the third. 4-0 Idaho Falls. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Welcome back. It's the top of the third. It's 4-0 Idaho Falls. Tyler Peterson and Don Arcuri. And to, whether you want to say rip off or borrow or emulate something that we used to do in Idaho Falls, it's our celebrity third inning, and it's a family affair in the booth. We are joined by Scott Arcuri, brother of Don Arcuri. How you doing, Scott?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Make sure you're properly plugged in here.
Good?
Yep.
All right. There we go. Great night at the ballpark.
Brady West, Dusty Stroop, and Andrew Dawn. First 3 to face Yonder Perez. Are you a baseball guy, Scott?
I grew up playing baseball. That was my first love as a kid.
Beautiful night for baseball tonight. Lights have pretty much taken full effect now. And the first pitch from Perez to West is swung on and missed. So I know, obviously you guys are brothers, but you also have similar career paths as well, I understand.
We did. We've both served in the United States Air Force. Don served 22 years active duty, and I'm finishing up a 32-year career here in a couple of months.
Any brother hazing kind of questions you want to get out there, Don?
I think he got enough hazing. Scott's an academy graduate, so about the first several weeks are filled with hazing.
Line drive, right field, base hit. Brady West on for the first time today.
I went the enlisted route, and we didn't quite get the same in basic training as you do at the academy, any of the service academies, but he took it and persevered.
I think about a career in baseball. You're moving from town to town. I was looking at Sam Troyer. He went from Montana to New Jersey, back to Idaho, and I'd imagine that when you're in the service as well, you get your assignment, a town maybe you've never been before. What is that process like?
Well, for us, over 32 years, we've been assigned to 15 different locations. Longest we've lived anywhere is about 3 years. And so we kind of have a routine. We get to about 2.5, 3 years. It's time to start looking and figuring out where we're going to move next. But the Air Force has been very good to us.
Line drive to right field by Dusty Stroop. This is a hit. It's down in front of the right fielder. The throw is strong. It comes in, and Brady West stops at second. First 2 men on, back-to-back singles. That'll bring up Andrew Dawn. Well, Scott, you walked in here today with a Montgomery Biscuits shirt, so I'd have to imagine that one of those stops might have been in Montgomery. And while you were there, you, as a baseball guy, checked out that team, and I'd imagine you did that a few times.
Absolutely. We actually lived in Montgomery 3 different times throughout our career, and just fell in love with the minor league team there, and nice little stadium downtown, not far from where we lived, and that was a great opportunity to go see some baseball there.
First pitch to Don. Home plate umpire Berger says he went. It's strike one. 2 men on, nobody out here in the top of inning number 3. Excuse me. We're joined by Scott Arcuri, Don's brother of the United States Air Force. Just off the plate, 1-1.
It's nice having him back in Colorado. There's such a military presence here, as we've always talked about. And Colorado Springs, very good to the military here. Their support, Army, Air Force, and joint services as well. Navy, Marines, all serving here.
1-1 to Don. Strike on the inside. And Andrew disagreeing with that, with the gesticulations at home. 2 men on in this top of the third. Nobody out yet. Perez looking to get out of this jam. So coming back to Colorado Springs, I'd have to imagine this is a place that has, as Perez strikes him out swinging, a lot of meaning to you. Went to the academy here, and your brother's here, your family here. How long are you in town? How long has it been since you've been back, and what is it like being back?
So, this is where I started my Air Force career, coming here for basic training at the Air Force Academy and spending 4 years, and, being able to serve for that time. It's nice being able to kind of come back towards the end of my career. I'm just here for the week, doing some speaking engagements out here, and so it's always nice to come back to Colorado Springs. Now, especially not being a cadet, get a little bit more freedom coming back now than what I had those first 4 years of my career that I was here back in the late 80s.
I have to imagine a little difference as an officer now, yes.
It is a little bit, and Colorado Springs certainly has grown up quite a bit over the last 30-plus years, and still have some great friends here. And, of course, Brother Don and his wife Kathleen live here. And
hit down the right field line, fair or foul. This is foul into the Vibes bullpen. Look out, fellas.
We also have a younger brother, Craig, and his wife, Patty. They live up outside of Denver. He's also an Air Force, retired Air Force veteran as well. And so it's been kind of a family affair for us over the years.
Are all the old spots still around from when you were here?
Some of them. Some of our cadet haunts are still there. It's fun to go back and visit those every now and then.
0-2 pitch. It's swung on and missed. Tag applied by Julian Lara. Callahan, his second strikeout. That's a strikeout, 2 unassisted. It's the third strikeout for Perez, and after allowing the first 2 men to reach via base hits, he's struck out back-to-back hitters. Now here's Sam Troyer. 2 men out now, 2 men on at first and second. First pitch to Troyer. Just a touch low. Well, you've obviously mentioned the development, how much this city has grown. What sort of changes have you seen over the years now coming back?
Just the development, especially down here south of town. There wasn't much here back then, but now it's really grown up. Lots of obviously new housing and businesses, and it's good to see the city doing so well, and kind of cool to come back and see all that.
Well, I'm just a California kid in town for the summer. What are the local spots I have to hit up?
Oh boy, so one of our favorite places we used to go as cadets was the Dublin House.
This is going to be a wild pitch as it gets away from Lara. Both runners will move up.
The Dublin House is where we used to go watch all of our basketball and hockey and baseball games throughout the years, and so that was always a favorite. Old Chicago's downtown, great pizza and just a great atmosphere there. Those were probably 2 of our most common stops, and lots of great memories there with lots of great friends.
Definitely have to try them. 2-1 to Troyer. At second and third are the base runners with 2 outs. Troyer to left. Over is Hernandez. And diving and missing it is Hernandez. This is going to go all the way to the wall. Troyer is going to have a 2-run extra base hit. The throw into third will not be made. It's a triple for Sam Troyer, a 2-run triple. And Idaho Falls out to a 6-0 lead. I thought maybe you'd bring us a little more luck, Scott, but unfortunately, scoring is West and Stroop on the play. I know the experience of each serviceman is different, but how would you encapsulate your time in the service?
Really, as a privilege to serve. The opportunity to wear the uniform has just been tremendous. It's afforded me so many opportunities, and my family so many opportunities to live all over the world, to experience some things that we never would have dreamed of, and the opportunity to serve and to defend, and so many relationships that I've made over the years. That's probably been the best thing about these last 32 years.
We all thank you for that as well. This is Steve Barmakian who fouls this back. It's 0-2 on Barmakian. 2 runs here in the top of the third. 2 outs. At third is Sam Troyer, and Perez trying to leave him there. Barmakian is 0 for 1. He walked in the second and scored a run. Oh, 2 inside. 1-2. Well, back-to-back innings now where Vibes just needed one more out to get out of the inning without any runs. And last inning, Alvarez got a ball that maybe should have been caught without the sun. And then here it was Troyer with the clutch 2-run triple that Hernandez nearly caught. This is down low, 2-2. Tyler and Don joined by Scott Arcuri here in our celebrity third inning. A tip of the cap to my former mentor, John Balgini, who had this as a regular on his broadcasts, the celebrity third. Weak ground ball back to Perez. Past Perez. Cantu charges. Cantu throws. Not in time. That's going to be an infield single. And Barmakian picks up an RBI. It's 7-0. Scoring is Troyer. Sometimes they're hit too weak. Sometimes they're hit too hard. And again, that's baseball for you.
It was a good play by Cantu and charging that ball after it got by Perez. And a good strong throw. Barmakian again, good speed on the bases and legged that one out.
Matt Feinstein gets plate appearance number 3 here in the third inning. He's singled, he's walked, he's drove in a run. They nearly caught Barmakian, but they weren't able to put the tag down. You could see Barmakian just starting to lean when that pitch was thrown over. There's strike 1 to Matt Feinstein. Don, this is your last chance to get an embarrassing story out of Scott. I'm letting you know. If you don't want to, it's fine. I'm just saying.
Well, we may have to wait and embarrass him in August formally when the retirement ceremony comes.
He also has to remember that I have embarrassing stories of him.
That's true.
And he's going to be here after I leave.
That's true. A little vis-a-vis there.
You should tell him what you majored in or what your major was when you first started at the academy.
Majored in behavioral science, actually, and sort of a human factors engineering was the official degree. And
weak ground ball foul.
I ended up fortunate enough actually to go into personnel in the Air Force, and being able to do that kind of work all over the world, and it's afforded me again some great opportunities. Things I never would have imagined being able to do, and being able to live and travel all over the world and do things. It's and have a real impact on our airmen.
There goes Barmakian. It's strike 3. Well, Scott, thank you for stopping by. We'll let you go, but appreciate you coming on.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been a great joy.
3 runs for Idaho Falls. We'll head down to the bottom of inning number 3. 7-0 Chukars. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Welcome back. It's the bottom of inning number 3. Chucks and Vibes. It's 7-0 Idaho Falls. Julian Lara, Brandon Perez, Gio Diaz, the first 3 to face Joe Slocum. Previous inning, 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base for Idaho Falls. Yosmel Naranjo now getting warm up in that Vibes bullpen. So it looks like Perez's night might be over. This is Lara, who, as I mentioned, is swinging a hot bat. 3rd best batting average on the team at .393. First pitch from Slocum. Strike on the outside. Only 2 RBI in his 11 hits, but a ton of opportunities when you bat 8 or 9 to drive guys in. Ground ball down 3rd, but foul. Idaho Falls going with a 6-man rotation at the moment. They're playing a lot of games consecutively, not a whole lot of time off. They got in last night after a 13-hour drive from Melaleuca Field in Idaho Falls. 0-2 to Lara. Swing and a miss. And Slocum has his 2nd strikeout. Back to the top of the order for Brandon Perez. Excuse me. When you haven't talked for a week, Don, you know, first day with the new mouth again. Perez, the shortstop, struck out in the first. 1 out, nobody on here in the bottom of the 3rd. Just 1 hit for the Vibes. That was a single from Diaz, who is on deck. That was back in the 1st inning.
Slocum very efficient tonight, just getting ready to toss his 37th pitch.
Right now, I'd have to believe that the dugout of Idaho Falls is wondering about the status of Calvin Estrada, as am I, that the right fielder, starting right fielder, the cleanup man who was injured in the 1st inning. Perez down the line and foul. Slocum not a hard-throwing right-hander. Tops out right about 90. There is such a thing as being under hitting speed as well. But he has a nice 5-pitch combo. 3-1 to Perez. 2 types of fastball, slider, curve, and cutter. Perez to right center field. That'll get down. That'll be multiple bases. Perez to second. Will he try for 3? He will. The throw into 3rd will not be in time. It's a 1-out triple for Brandon Perez.
Ball kind of scooted through into right center and far enough in between those 2 outfielders to make it all the way to the warning track. Nice piece of hitting there from Brandon Perez.
It was a good relay from Feinstein to Troyer into 3rd, but was not going to be in time. A little bit of a belly flop into 3rd for Perez. Maybe a lot of a belly flop into 3rd for Perez. This is Diaz. I don't think there's a hotter base hitter right now on the team than Gio Diaz. Had a fantastic series in Northern Colorado. Had a hit in the 1st inning. He's 1 for 1. Vibes looking for their first run of the game. Middle infield playing back. Corners are halfway. And this is down low. We talk about getting to this heart of the order if they can get to Hernandez, Cantu, Tejada, Marquez with guys on. That's where the damage has been done mostly in this early season. It's stringing together hits. 2-0 to Diaz with Perez at third. To center, Feinstein coming in. He'll make the catch. Here comes Perez. The throw to the plate is not in time. It's a sac fly for Gio Diaz. It's the first run of the game for Rocky Mountain. It's 7-1. Good work from Diaz.
Nice hand from the crowd. A good crowd on hand tonight here at the park. Hope you'll make your way out for the remainder of this homestand, but nice to see that run on the board for the Vibes.
7 runs in the Pioneer League.
Is not too much to overcome.
Yeah, it's like what you say about games at Coors Field. This is popped up toward the Vibes dugout. Brady West, does he have a play? He does. A good late adjustment. He catches the foul out. It's going to be a pop-up to the catcher, and the inning is over. But a run on a hit. No errors, no one left on base. It's 7-1 as we head to the top of the fourth. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. It's the top of the fourth inning. We've got a new pitcher and a new broadcaster for the fourth and the fifth. It's Mr. Don Arcuri.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Beautiful night here at UC Health Park, but the Vibes find themselves down 7-1 here as we enter the top of the fourth inning. Hunter Hiskey, Rick Phillips, and Brady West are your scheduled hitters for the Chukars. 7 runs, 8 hits, no errors for the Chukars. Scoring in every inning with a couple of back-to-back 3-run innings as well. New pitcher is Yasmel Naranjo, and we'll get you numbers for him in just a moment.
Naranjo making his third appearance of the year. He's started 2 games. His first appearance out of the bullpen, 0-2 with a 12.60 ERA. As for Yoandri Perez, he went 1 1/3 innings, allowed 3 hits, 3 runs, 3 earned runs. He did not walk anyone, and he struck out 4 batters. All the outs he got were via strikeout.
Game 1 of the 6-game homestand for the Vibes here, hosting Idaho Falls. As they bat here in the top of the fourth inning. Hunter Hiskey to the plate. He has singled in both of his plate appearances. Left-handed batter. Just now reaching the 8 o'clock hour here in the Mountain West. Beautiful night here, 68 degrees in wonderful Colorado Springs. First pitch in from Naranjo is down low in the dirt. 4-1.
we weren't necessarily promised a good night, but thankfully we do have one, and hopefully it stays the rest of the series.
Yeah, we might have one of those classic Colorado sunsets coming up here if the cloud cover stays the way it does. 1-0 to Hiskey. He takes a ball. Oh, actually a strike called from Bill Berger on the outside corner. Taken by Hiskey. Count evens at 1-1. Two RBIs as well for Hunter Hiskey tonight with his single on the second. And the next pitch is down low and inside just a bit. Count goes to 2-1 on Hunter Hiskey.
How about that baby blue bat from Hiskey? It'd be a good look for those Springs jerseys.
2-1 count on the Chukars first baseman, and that is low and outside. 3-1. And the next pitch is taken just outside for ball 4. Leadoff walk for Hiskey here in the top of the 4th. That brings Rick Phillips to the plate. His second plate appearance after taking over for Calvin Estrada, who we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, suffered an injury at his first at bat. Phillips was a victim of a strikeout looking in his first plate appearance. Winds calmed down to about half of what it was here just an inning or so ago. First pitch from Naranjo is a bit high. Hope to see you out here at UC Health Park as this 6-game homestand continues. Great atmosphere for baseball. Lots of promotions coming up this week you'll want to be a part of. Next pitch is just off the outside corner, taken for ball 2.
Well, right now, Naranjo's coming into this game. He's thrown 7 pitches, and even though one was called a strike, he's really thrown 7 balls.
Not much of a lead from Hiskey. And the next pitch down low, and it goes 3-0 to Rick Phillips.
And if you don't make an umpire look for strikes, if you're not around the zone, you're not going to get close calls.
.30 pitch is down low and a 4-pitch walk. Back-to-back walks now for the Chukars here as they bat in the 4th inning. Hiskey makes his way to second, and that brings up the catcher, Brady West. Lined out to the shortstop for the 3rd out in the 1st inning, and singled and scored in the 3rd. And now Francisco Cabrera, along with the trainer from the Vibes, making their way out to the mound. Wonder if there's a concern of some kind of an injury, as Naranjo is just 9 pitches into his outing. And Cabrera discussing with home plate umpire Bill Berger what the situation is. Not quite sure here in the booth. Again, the Chukars off to an 8-3 start here in this season. 2nd place in their division. A lot of good young talent up and down the board for Idaho Falls. Put that on display tonight. 7 runs on 8 hits here in just the first 3 innings. Looks like Naranjo will stay in the game. And West will step in, left-handed batter, into the batter's box. Nobody out here. Runners on 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, he does not look comfortable on that mound right now, Don.
And the first pitch to West is in there for a called strike.
I don't know if it was necessarily something that tipped off the trainer. Maybe, if velocity is down, for example, that's something that might tip you off. But Naranjo sort of just does not look comfortable in that uniform right now on that mound.
And the 0-1 delivery is an off-speed pitch off the plate for ball one. Newcomer to the Vibes, Hector Figueroa is warming down in the Vibes bullpen.
We might get a home debut of Hector Figueroa.
1-1 pitch to West is down in the dirt. Runners are not advancing. And this is where some of the run production from the third inning began, with West End on deck hitter Stroop with back-to-back singles and scoring runs then. Next pitch is popped in the air, high but foul down the left field side of the ballpark into the grass berm. 2-2 count now on Brady West. And the 2-2 pitch on its way. And that is a breaking ball that got away from Naranjo, high and inside. Count goes full.
I might call that a non-breaking ball. Just sort of floated up there. Just sort of stayed at cruising altitude.
Naranjo 6'4", 218 from Maracay, Venezuela. Next pitch is struck well into deep left field, back into left center field. And that is caught off of the wall. Throw comes into the plate for the second runner of the Chukars. And that was Hunter Hiskey beating the throw. A good relay in from left field. But two more runs score for the Chukars. It is now 9-1.
The throw beat him. The tag not applied.
And it is a 2 RBI double for Brady West. And it looks like we are going to have a pitching change a little bit sooner rather than later for the Vibes. We will announce that and get back to you with more baseball action here from UC Health Park. You're listening and watching YouTube and the Rocky Mountain Vibes. And welcome back to UC Health Park as the Chukars have a 9-1 lead here on the Vibes. A new pitcher entering the game, Hector Figueroa, newcomer to the Vibes. Right-handed pitcher. We'll get you his information here in just a moment. Stepping to the plate is Dusty Stroop. Flied out to right field and singled and scored in his plate appearances tonight. Takes the first pitch for strike one.
Third appearance for Figueroa. He's pitched 2 games in that NOCO series. Took the loss on one of those appearances. For Naranjo, he goes no innings, allows a hit, 2 runs, both earned, 2 walks, no strikeouts.
Next pitch is a nice breaking ball from Figueroa, way off the plate to the outside, but swung on and missed. And Stroop quickly down 0-2. Chukars have scored every inning here in this game. Trying to add on with a runner in scoring position and nobody out. And the next pitch is down and outside. A peel out to Cody Allenbrand out in the field. Says no swing. And the count goes to 1-2.
Well, Figueroa's throwing heat. 93 on the fastball, and that breaking ball there at 85. That's a nice pitch as well. It's a tough pitch for Stroop to lay off.
And the 1-2 pitch. And then a swung on and missed. 4 strikeout first for Figueroa. 1 out here in the top of the 4th inning. Andrew Don, the designated hitter, coming to the plate. Walked and scored in the second and struck out looking, for the first out in the 3rd inning.
And that pitch on Stroop was filthy. Late breaking action. It's a nice first batter for Figueroa here.
And the first pitch. Fastball on the inside, but off the plate. Taken for ball 1.
I mean, that was a really, really good pitch. The best breaking ball I think I saw last year was from Jackson Sigmund, who had a slider that it seemed to have like 8 inches of horizontal break to it.
Next pitch is off speed and just off the plate from Figueroa. 2-0 the count.
But that one from Figueroa, that was late. It snapped. Didn't give Stroop much of a chance.
Next pitch from Figueroa is in the dirt. It goes to the backstop. And Brady West advances to third. I think we'll call that a wild pitch. So Brady West with the 2-run double here in the top of the 4th inning stands at third as Andrew Don bats here in the top of the 4th inning. Maybe Figueroa trying to do a little bit too much. Looks like he's got some good natural talent. Let's get up there and throw strikes. Infield's playing about halfway. And the next pitch from Figueroa. Nice fastball on the outside half of the plate. 91 miles an hour. Actually 93. I think our speed gun is off by a mile an hour or 2.
I've been adding 2.
3-1 pitch coming to Don. And that is struck up the middle. Brandon Perez with a nice grab on that. Throws over to first for the out, and they will concede the run. The run scores. It's a RBI for Andrew Don on the 6-3 putout. And the Chukars will now enjoy a 10-1 lead.
That'll close the book on Naranjo. So all 3 batters he allows on base all score.
Number 8 batter in the lineup now for the Chukars, shortstop Eric Callahan. And he was a strikeout victim both of his first 2 plate appearances, once looking and once swinging. Base is empty, 2 out here in the top of the 4th. First pitch from Figueroa, down and outside Ball one.
Callahan might be batting eighth. He might have struck out twice tonight, but he's hit 2 grand slams this year so far.
And the next pitch is swung on and popped up foul into the bleachers on the right side. And as has been with the other Vibes opponents this year, good talent up and down this roster. Good hitters, good fielders, and good base running. 1-1 count now on Eric Callahan. And the pitch is inside off speed, but it is on the inside corner, says Bill Berger. Taken for strike 2. Sam Troyer on deck here with 2 outs. Figueroa working with the stretch even with no men on. And the pitch is swung on and sharply hit to left field. And that is corralled in by Dominique Hernandez for the 3rd out of the inning. So the Chukars plate 3 more here in the top of the 4th. It is now 10-1. You are watching Rocky Mountain Vibes Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to UC Health Park, the highest ballpark in North America, 6,531 feet. Chukars pitcher Joe Slocum pitching a gem tonight against the Vibes as he's allowed only 1 run on 2 hits and only 4 base runners the entire game for the Vibes. But the heart of the order coming up, Cantu, Binder, and Tejada Jr., your scheduled hitters as they bat here in the bottom of the 4th inning. First pitch from Slocum is swung on and sharply hit, but right at center fielder Matt Feinstein. And 1 pitch, 1 out here in the 4th inning. Dallas Binder coming up for his 2nd plate appearance. He was thrown out catcher to first base on a ground out. Number in front of the plate in the 2nd inning. And the first pitch from Slocum inside but just a bit high. Slocum just 48 pitches, I think it is. 46 pitches here in the first 4 innings, or 3+ innings. Next pitch is a breaking ball. Off-speed pitch on the inside half of the plate. Count evens at 1-1. As we mentioned, just 2 hits for the Vibes. 2 other walks are the only base runners they've had tonight. Next pitch is swung on and fell back. 1-2. on the Vibes third baseman. Bender 6'2", 210 out of Tucson, Arizona. Spent last year in Birmingham, Indiana. Independently, I'm sorry. This one is swung on and stroked sharply to the shortstop for the Chukars, Callahan, who gets the 6-3 put out. And there are quickly 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Miguel Tejada Jr. now up to the plate for the Vibes. Designated hitter tonight. Flat out to center field in his only plate appearance back in the 2nd inning. 2 up, 2 down here for the Chukars and Joe Slocum. First pitch to Tejada on its way. That's fouled back to the screen. Brandon Perez scoring the lone run after a triple in the 3rd inning. Caleb Marquez stands on deck if he gets a chance to bat. And the pitch is swung on and fouled off. Weekly over to the Vibes dugout. Tejada checking his bat. Thinks it's okay. 2 foul balls, 2 strikes on Miguel Tejada. And the 0-2 pitch from Slocum is outside for ball 1. Settling in as we promised for a nice sunset as dusk is settling over UCL Health Park. 1-2 pitch is nubbed going down the line, and it lets go foul from Slocum as he and Brady West kind of chased that down the line just to see if it was going to stay fair.
I got to say, for sunsets, if I would have my sunsets power rankings, I do a lot of travel. I've now lived in 5 different states. I lose count now, but Arizona for me, for my money, is the best sunsets.
Not been there, but I have friends that live there, and they would describe the same thing. It was really unique about the Colorado skies is you just wait 10 minutes. You get mountain views, lots of great sunrises and sunsets here. Next pitch sounds like a broken bat from Tejada right back to Slocum, who throws over the first for the 3rd out. 3 up, 3 down here in the bottom of the 4th. The Vibes still find themselves down 10-1. You are listening and watching Rocky Mountain Vibes Baseball on YouTube. And fans, welcome back to UC Health Park here in Colorado Springs. The Idaho Falls Chukars in game 1 of the 6-game set. Up 10-1 on the Vibes as we enter the 5th inning of play. 9-1-2 hitters for the Chukars coming up. Sam Troyer, Steve Barmakian, and Matt Feinstein. Number 9 hitter, Sam Troyer, having a very good night tonight, the second baseman. Singled and scored in the second, tripled and scored in the third.
Now, Don, be honest with me, because I'm someone who would have said no as well, but before you were part of this Pioneer League, did you know what a Chukar was?
I did not know what a Chukar was. I had to do a little bit of research before the first visit from Idaho Falls last year. And I'm sure you can enlighten us a little bit on some of the storied history behind that mascot.
Thumbs up or thumbs down from Scott? Did he know what a Chukar was? Nope.
First pitch is taken for a strike. Second pitch is grounded, down the left field line. And that is going to be extra bases as he is in with a stand-up double. Kind of a slow roller, but it was fast enough to get by the third baseman, Dallas Bender. And Troyer now with a leadoff double. He is 3 for 3 tonight.
For anyone out there who doesn't know, a Chukar is a small game bird, like a partridge, that's native to Idaho and Nevada. And one thing I liked about the Pioneer League, the Missoula Paddleheads used to be the Osprey. And there's a live Osprey nest at the stadium. And I'm sort of disappointed that they changed their name.
Top of the order for the Chukars now with Steve Barmakian. And he takes the first pitch from Figueroa high and outside, ball 1. Barmakian lined out to the shortstop first inning, walked and scored in the second, and singled his last time up at bat. 1 for 2 tonight. And a 1-0 count on Barmakian. The next pitch from Figueroa. It's a nice pitch, but just off the plate and low. 2-0 count. So it's a game bird, so you would think that there's a fair amount of hunting up in that area?
Yes, yep. So in Nevada, there's a Chukar Festival in Battle Mountain, Nevada, if you know where that is.
Next pitch from Figueroa down and inside, and the count goes to 3-0 on Barmakian.
The team has had the name since the 2003 season, if I remember off the top of my head, and was named by their longtime broadcaster, John Balgini, who I believe as a kid, his dad would hunt Chukars in Kansas, I believe. And it was around in Idaho, so he said, how about the Chukars?
And that is ball 4 taken outside, a 4-pitch walk. His second walk of the game. And there are runners at first and second, and nobody out here in the top of the 5th inning. Idaho Falls enjoying a 10-1 lead on the Vibes. Matt Feinstein now batting. Singled and scored in the first. Walked in the second. Struck out swinging his last time up. Not too much attention being paid to the runners now by Figueroa. And a nice fastball down the middle for strike 1.
Nor do I think the runners will be taking any extra bases unless being forced to by someone behind them.
Figueroa sits, and the pitch right where Julio Lara set him up, but off the plate. Fastball. Count evens at 1-1.
You know, with a lot of these guys who are getting a second chance in the Pioneer League, guys who have good stuff, it's the control. That's the issue, as opposed to the pure stuff.
Next pitch is hit into deep right field, and that is over the head of right fielder Gio Diaz. Gets the relay in. 1 run will score. That is Sam Troyer. And it is now 11-1 Idaho Falls. That kind of jumped off the bat. Didn't look that it was well hit until Diaz looked over his shoulder, and the ball eventually made it all the way to the wall.
No push from the wind either. Those flags is drooping out there on left, so that was all off the bat of Feinstein.
So the heart of the order coming up now, and Hunter Hiskey, the number 3 batter, first baseman. He has been on base all 3 plate appearances tonight, 2 singles and a walk. And the first pitch is called strike. Next pitch from Figueroa is down and outside. 11 runs on 11 hits for Idaho Falls, again scoring in each and every inning this game.
Game 4 between the Rangers and the Lightning. 3-0 Lightning in the third.
And the next pitch from Figueroa is swung on and fouled back towards the left of the press box.
That game of local interest because the somewhat, I guess you'd say hometown, Colorado Avalanche, they will be going to the Stanley Cup Final. And as a Sharks fan, I was okay with it being the Avalanche over the Oilers or another Pacific Division team.
1-2 count now on Hiskey. And the pitch from Figueroa just off the plate. Nice fastball. The count evens at 2-2.
I'm sure tomorrow when the Celtics play the Warriors, that game will be on in this press box somewhere. I can't imagine why, but it will be on somewhere.
Should be off to our left if our... Well, they have to bring the TV back. The TV is down right now.
Might even be on my phone sitting in front of me during the whole game.
That could be too. 2-2 count now on Hunter Hiskey as Figueroa looks in for the sign. Nobody out here in the top of the 5th. Next pitch from Figueroa is fouled off to the right side. Say hockey's been exciting this year. Basketball has been exciting this year with the playoffs. And we're glad you're joining us tonight for Pioneer League Baseball here in the Rocky Mountains. Next pitch from Figueroa, 2-2, is just outside again. And the count goes full. Still a little bit of a breeze in from left field, but not too much of a hampering of play. 3-2 pitch coming from Figueroa. And that is grounded up the middle for Perez. He has a play over to first for out number 1. That is an RBI for Hunter Hiskey on the 6-3 putout. 1 away here in the top of the 5th.
Now, Perez knows his arm, but in a developmental league like the Pioneer League, you want to see a young shortstop charge that ball. He waited back on it. Hiskey, as you said, not fast, not slow. Perez got him by about a step, but you want to see a shortstop develop where he charges that ball and then he moves his throw into first base with his body.
Right, he kind of stepped back and waited for a second hop on that one. And, of course, no play at the plate. Next batter, Rick Phillips. He is 0 for 2 tonight with a walk and scoring a run in the 4th inning. He takes the first pitch for a ball outside. And the next pitch from Figueroa, again, just off the plate. So he's in and around the plate a lot, but not getting the calls from Bill Burker. Count now 2-0 on Phillips. And the pitch is swung on and fouled back into the screen. Get a nice crowd on hand tonight here for game 1 of the 6-game set. Next pitch from Figueroa, again fouled back to the right side of the ballpark. This is the fourth consecutive inning where we've had multiple runs for the Chukars. Next pitch is fouled to the left side this time. Count is now 2-2 on Rick Phillips. And the pitch. And that is grounded over to the right side of the infield. And the play made from Caleb Marquez over to Hector Figueroa for out number 2. But that is an RBI as well for Rick Phillips as the play goes 3-1. 2 outs here in the top of the 5th.
Well, this team, you score runs in different ways, but this team really scores runs off the bat. Coming into today's game, Idaho Falls had 93 runs, and they had 91 RBI. All but 2 runs so far were scored not off the bat of someone else.
Pretty amazing. Team ball right there. So 2 outs now as Brady West steps to the plate. And he swings and misses for strike 1.
And so far, 13 runs and 13 RBI tonight. So that is pretty incredible.
The 0-1 pitch from Figueroa. Fastball, again, just off the outside of the plate. So not too bad a control from Figueroa, just not quite getting the calls. Next pitch is down and outside, another fastball. Am I reading this right? 95 miles an hour, according to our clock here.
Maybe a little anger behind that one. Sure, Hector maybe a little frustrated how this inning has gone.
And the next pitch is off the plate. Count goes to 3-1. 3 consecutive runs, but then 2 consecutive outs for the Vibes. Three-one count on West. And the pitch. And that is high and outside. And that is the second walk of the inning issued by Figueroa. He steps behind the mound to collect his thoughts. Dusty Shroop to the plate now, flied out to right field in his first at bat, singled and scored in the 3rd, and struck out swinging in the 4th. And the first pitch from Figueroa on the inside corner for strike 1. Figueroa already up to 41 pitches. And the next pitch from him, swing and a miss. Nice off-speed pitch. Took a little bit of that off. And the count now 0-2 on Dusty Shroop. O2 pitch coming up, and that is swung on and missed for strike 3. A nice recovery, getting 3 of the last 4 batters for Figueroa. As the top of the 5th inning closes out, 3 more runs in for the Chukars. They are now up 13-1 against the Rocky Mountain Vibes. You're listening to Vibes Baseball here on YouTube. Back here at UC Health Park here in Colorado Springs, Pioneer League Baseball on this Tuesday evening. Chukars pitcher Joe Slocum beginning his 5th inning of work tonight. Actually, 6th inning. Well, I think I got my innings wrong.
You had it right.
Top of the. I was looking at my wrong team.
I would encourage Joe to work quickly as well, or for the Vibes to score quickly as well, because I believe I saw a thunder strike at about 10 o'clock where I'm sitting.
So we'll see which direction that takes. Still a beautiful evening here. 7, 8, 9 batters for the Vibes, beginning with Caleb Marquez. And he swings at the first pitch, and that is fouled back to the screen. 1 run on just 2 hits given up by Slocum tonight. And again, only allowing 4 base runners all evening. And the 0-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Took a little off of that pitch, and it is quickly 0-2 to Caleb Marquez. Marquez, only 1 plate appearance tonight. He had 1 of the walks issued by Slocum. Next pitch fouled back to the screen. After the triple from Brandon Perez, Slocum has retired the last 5 Vibes. Next pitch is high. For ball 2. And the next pitch from Slocum is swung on and hit sharply into center field. It gets by the center fielder, Matt Feinstein. Backing up on the play is Rick Phillips. And Marquez, don't know if he's injured, but he kind of took a slow jog into second base.
He's not running at 100%.
And immediately the third base coach out to check on.
Now, we're going to get a visit, are we, from Emily Weaver, the Vibes trainer, because Marquez, he's been working through a hamstring issue. That was about as slow a jog as I've seen into second base in a while. So I think he's just working through something, and he's just not 100%, but they need him out there.
So nice hit, but it went all the way to the wall, and again, with his condition, only made it to second base. That brings up center fielder Joshua Esparza. He popped up to the shortstop in his only plate appearance tonight. He takes the first pitch, high and inside, ball 1. And the 1-0 pitch is sharply hit to the third baseman, Dusty Stroop, who fires over to first to get the out. No advancement for the base runner. We'll see if we can get the number of the pinch runner who is out there. But Esparza is retired 5-3 for the first out of the inning in the bottom of the 5th.
It's still Marquez. He's still out there.
Okay.
I think he has to play through it, you know. They're down men. They need his bat in the lineup. He's at first today. I give him credit for toughening it out.
And the next batter, Julian Lara, takes the first pitch high and inside for ball 1. Of course, a hit of the home run variety would be nice to allow Marquez to jog home, but we'll see how this at-bat goes. 1-0 pitch from Slocum is high and over the head of Lara. Unintentional, I'm sure. And evening setting in here at UC Health Park. Beautiful night for baseball. Next pitch from Slocum is high, a fastball. And the count 3-0 to Lara. Just 3 hits for the Vibes tonight through 4.5. Next pitch from Slocum is outside, and that is a 4-pitch walk for Lara. So 2 base runners on. And the familiar music of Brandon Perez, if you were a Vibes fan last year. Instantly identifiable. Perez 1 for 2 tonight, struck out in the first and tripled and scored in the third. The lone run for the Vibes tonight. And he bats with 2 on here and 1 out in the bottom of the 5th inning. First pitch is swung on and missed. Nice cut from Perez.
Yeah, good for Brandon. Take a hack. Take a big swing. See if he can hit one out of the ballpark.
And the next pitch is swung on, an off-speed pitch. Not quite as an aggressive swing from Brandon. On that one, it is quickly 0-2. Gio Diaz on deck for the Vibes with 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th. And the pitch from Slocum. Fastball down and away, and Perez chases after that, and it is a swinging strikeout. And now 2 away in the 5th inning as Gio Diaz comes to the plate. He had the deep ball to center field to score Brandon Perez. And he also singled and was put out on the front end of a double play back in the 1st inning. Swung on and hit hard to center field. And again, Caleb Marquez with no wheels, not able to advance any further past third. It is a single for Diaz here. And the bases are loaded with 2 outs.
And Caleb feels bad that he can't motor in. I mean, he is basically running on one leg to third right now.
So let's see if the Vibes can cut in. The historic pattern for the Vibes has been scoring with 2 outs. So we'll see how this goes. First pitch from Slocum to Hernandez, taken on the outside corner, strike 1.
Gio Diaz putting together a good game, though. 2 hits in 2 at-bats and the sacrifice fly for the RBI. So he continues to hit.
And the 0-1 pitch is down and outside. Ball 1. Marquez at third, Lara at second, Diaz at first, and Hernandez at the plate. And he hits the ball up the middle for a base hit. Marquez, even in his state, scores from third. The throw into the plate is not in time, says Bill Berger, and it is a 2-run single from Dominique Hernandez as the Vibes plate 2 here in the bottom of the 5th. It is now 13-3.
Nice swing of the bat from Hernandez. But, Don, I was really, really worried that Lara was actually going to catch up to Marquez there. I mean, as it was, Marquez sort of had to put it into 5th gear to get home, and that really wasn't fast at all. Lara, an aggressive send by Luania Sanchez. And now we're going to get a pitching, not change, but pitching meeting from Bob Malachy.
And this is where you hope the Vibes bats would wake up here in this part of the order. And a nice piece of hitting there from Hernandez.
And again, Lightning in the East. This is not an official game yet. So the Vibes want to be able to hold on to this inning as long as possible if, in fact, we are getting any sort of weather action toward the east.
Right. Still, I think it's a bit cool to call it heat lightning or any other kind of electrostatic activity out there. Doesn't seem to be creeping too close from the last half hour or so, but darkening skies off to the northeast. So number 4 batter, Ulysses Cantu, who has walked and lined out to the center fielder, 0 for 1 tonight. Has a chance to plate another run for the Vibes, and he swings at the first pitch, and that is fouled off to the right side. And about a half a dozen fans waiting for the ball to rebound that never came up on the roof of the stadium. Next pitch from Slocum is in the dirt and low, or in the dirt and outside, excuse me. Count evens at 1-1. So the mound visit probably to settle Slocum down. 2 outs here in the inning. Only at 74 pitches through 5 innings. Just to remind him to get the batter, not concentrate on the runners. 1-1 pitch from Slocum is fouled straight back to the screen. Good cut from Cantu.
Ulysses was on that one. That's the one where 5 centimeters of difference, that ball's hit into center field.
And maybe a long way. It was a good cut. Dallas Bender waiting on deck for his chance here. Should Cantu reach base safely. Next pitch from Slocum is again down in the dirt. New baseball furnished from Bill Berger. 2-2 the count now on Cantu. Crowd still enthusiastic as the Vibes have brought a couple of runs home this inning, cut into this lead just a little bit. Swung on and in the dirt. Guess it was a foul ball. If he got a piece of that, it was a very little piece. But still alive here. Slocum gets the sign and goes into a stretch. And the pitch. Then it's swung on and sharply hit up the middle. And that is going to plate at least one more run here for the Vibes. As Gio Diaz scores from second. And it is now 13-4. Rocky in favor of Idaho Falls.
I mean, this is just called not trying to do too much. You get a pitch, hit it right back up the middle for a base hit, not trying to hit it out of the ballpark, not trying to hit a 9-run home run, just taking it right back up the middle, and that's good enough for another RBI.
And like you said, that difference, that little bit of difference on where the bat hits the ball, really successful there for Cantu. So Dallas Bender now at the plate, 0-2 today. It's a couple of ground outs. And he extends the inning with a base hit to left field. Hernandez on his way home. The throw is cut off. So 4 consecutive singles for the Vibes. And it is now 13-5. And we talked before, 9-run innings not out of the question in this Pioneer League. And we may have a pitching change here as Billy Gardner makes his way out to the mound, and that will indeed be a pitching change. We will come back with our new pitcher as the Vibes continue this inning here in the bottom of the 5th. You're watching a Rocky Mountain Vibes Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back here to Yossi Health Park as the Rocky Mountain Vibes have something going here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Still find themselves down 13-5, but they've scored 4 here in the bottom of the fifth. 4 consecutive singles. New pitcher on the mound for the Chukars as Jacob Asa takes the mound.
Based on the stats, Don, I think this is the first time Jacob Asa has come into a ball game for Idaho Falls. He has no stats on the stat sheet, and there's no game listed as last game for him, so this might be his Chukars debut.
So Miguel Tejada Jr. now batting here in the fifth inning. Flied out to center and grounded out to the pitcher, 0-2.
Asa 6 feet 200 from Springfield, Oregon.
So 2 runs before the 2 outs and 2 runs after the 2 outs. As Tejada steps in. First pitch from Asa is down in the dirt in front of the plate. Had a good block by catcher Brady West.
So this is the regular season debut for Asa, according to Chukars AGM Chris Hall. Was added to the roster after Tyler Wyatt broke his hand in the previous series.
Yeah, we had heard that Tyler Wyatt from the team had been scratched from this series. And the next pitch from Asa is grounded to the shortstop, who flips over to second for the third out of the inning. So the Vibes score 4 and cut into this lead. It is now 13-5, Idaho Falls. You're watching Rocky Mountain Vibes Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back here to UC Health Park as we enter the top of the sixth inning. Rocky Mountain Vibes down 13-5 versus the Idaho Falls Chukars. Hector Figueroa beginning his next inning of work, and we're going to return the broadcast back to the voice of the Vibes. It's Tyler Peterson.
Thank you, Don. Speaking of Don, here's Andrew Don. New catcher into the ball game. Ada Rosales is catching as Don has to get out of the way of that pitch from Figueroa, coming in at 94. Third inning of work for Figueroa. 13-5 Idaho Falls. This is now an official ball game. The lightning strikes more frequent out of the east. There's a strike. Top of inning number 6. Glad you're along with us. Don Callahan Troyer. This is line toward the Vibes bullpen. Heads up, boys. Foul ball. 1-2 now to Andrew Don. Figueroa about to throw pitch 47 in relief. Serve to right over is Diaz. 1 away. There is a lightning rule which each team trainer keeps track of. I believe it's lightning within such a distance to monitor it, and then when the lightning encircles and maybe I'm sort of making up these figures, but it's something like 25 miles, you take a look at it. 15 miles or 10 miles, you say, hey, we'll take a 30-minute break to make sure this doesn't come at us.
Plus, they look at the time between lightning strikes as well, and they can impose a minimum time frame for the teams to clear the field if it need be.
Callahan takes outside. 0 for 3 is Eric Callahan. 2 strikeouts and a lineout. The only Chucker who has not reached base in some capacity. Swing and a miss. And there's Chris Hull again. Fingers at the phone for both texting and at Twitter. 10 miles, you monitor it. 8 miles, you get a delay. So it's a little closer than I had previously thought.
And we did have our share of delays here last year, about the last 8 weeks or so, 6 to 8 weeks of the season. It was hit or miss just about every day.
Callahan swings, fouls it off. 2 strikes now on Eric Callahan.
Tyler, some other Pioneer League action tonight. Oh, a nice catch by a fan up on the concourse, or just in front of the concourse. Get to those scores here in a second.
And for that Vibes fan, he has no idea what the score of this game is now. That's the only thing he'll remember from tonight is that foul ball. Base hit for Callahan to right field. But what other action do we have, Don?
So opening night in Grand Junction, their T-shirt giveaway tonight, but they are losing right now to the Boise Hawks in the bottom of the 7th, 6-2. Range Riders and Great Falls Voyagers are tied at 5 in the top of the 6th. And at Ogden, it's Northern Colorado down 4-1 to the Raptors in the top of the 7th inning.
Since Glacier has left Colorado Springs, they are winless. They went 0-5 against Billings in the previous series. This is Sam Troyer. He fouls it back to the screen. Well, it's cycle watch now for Sam Troyer out of the 9-hole. He's singled, he's tripled, he's doubled. 3 at-bats, 2 RBI, 3 runs. Throw a stolen base in there as well. He's got 6 total bases. The 0-1. Troyer swings and miss. I think he was trying to hit that home run there. And now it's 0-2. Well, Figueroa throws hard, and around the league, there aren't a ton of hard throwers. Keegan McGinnis in this Chukars bullpen is one of those hard throwers. He can get it up there to 96. Fouled away.
Be interesting. Sorry about it.
Go ahead.
Say it'd be interesting to see how long Figueroa goes with his debut. You don't typically see these harder throwers enter the game this early, so maybe they're just trying to get him some good interim work here in his initial appearance.
Well, he's the kind of guy you'd like, if you can, to build up to be in a rotation. It's 0-2 on Troyer. Ground ball to third, diving, stopping is Binder. Goes to second for 1, on to first, not in time. Nice work there from Dallas. It's a fielder's choice. The putout goes 5-4 on Callahan at second, and there's 2 away. But you get a guy like Figueroa who can, we've seen today at least throw up to 94, or McGinnis who throws 96. Guys who historically in their careers might have control issues. Those are the kinds of guys that pitching coaches just do not want to give up on because of the natural talent they have.
Right, and the potential.
And the potential. because you can teach a lot of things. You can't really teach velocity. You can't really teach speed on the base paths. You can teach certain fundamentals. But when you have guys who can toss it up there, you want to make sure that you want to try to get them right. 2 outs for Steve Barmakian. He swings. It's a soft line drive on one hop to the second baseman, Cantu, who flips to Perez. And the inning is over. As quiet an inning as Idaho Falls has had tonight. 1 hit, no runs, no errors, and a man left on base. We head to the bottom of inning number 6, 13-5 Chukars. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Welcome back to UC Health Park. Tyler Peterson, Don Arcuri with you tonight and every night here at Vibes Baseball for all home games, all 48 home games, live on YouTube. Caleb Marquez, Joshua Esparza, Julian Lara, the first 3. After the Vibes batted around in the 5th inning, they sent 9 men to the plate. They scored 4 runs. And for the first time today in the top of the 6th, they kept Idaho Falls off the board. It's 13-5. It's an 8-run deficit. Let's see how much more they can bite into it. The first pitch from Jacob Asa to Marquez is swung on, popped up behind first, drifting to right toward the Vibes bullpen, and out of play. Well, right now for Marquez, he's sort of like 2022 Albert Pujols. He's a guy that if he hits a home run, it's great, but on the base paths right now, it's a tough go for Caleb Marquez. Sort of just running on one leg. And, you know, with the hamstring injury, it'll affect your swing, too. You can't get the whole body movement. There's a lot of torque that goes into a swing. You want to have your body underneath you for that.
As evidenced by that last swing. Mostly upper body. He's a big guy, too, 6'3", 240.
And that's low. Asa came into the ballgame in the 5th, got the last out. Joe Slocum was 1 out away from being eligible for a victory tonight, but unfortunately for Joe, he will not be able to pick up that win with just 4 2/3. Strangely enough, as I'm watching this stream, I'm being recommended Kirk Gibson's 1988 home run, another guy who batting with one leg that day. So maybe you can take a little inspiration there, Caleb, huh? It's 2-2, nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th. Line drive to right. That's a base hit. Marquez has to hurry. He's safe at first. I mean, he is really just sort of skipping along. And are we going to get a replacement finally? I think we are. Paul Carreño is now going to run for Caleb Marquez. And right now in this ball game, the most important thing is Marquez gets rest and treatment. So Carreño will come in as a pinch runner. Now, this also could be a designated pinch runner spot. We don't know. But for now, Carreño is in this ball game. Leadoff single. They're going to play behind Carreño at first. Here's Joshua Esparza, who is 0 for 2. Esparza, after grounding out in his last at-bat, threw his helmet into the dugout in disgust. He was very upset with himself. First pitch is a strike. We want to let you know about a scheduling change that came out in the last few days. The Vibes and Owls have flipped a 3-game series in late June. Originally, the Vibes were going to host 21, 22, and 23. This is fouled off. And then they were going to go on the road for 24, 25, and 26. But they will now go on the road from the 21st to the 23rd. And they will host a Friday, Saturday, Sunday series, 2 6:30 games and a 5:05 in late June. 6 against Idaho Falls this week. The 0-2 to Esparza. Swing and a miss. Chased a high one. Esparza is 0 for 3 tonight. First strikeout for Asa, making his season debut for Idaho Falls. He pitched at Kemaketa Community College before transferring to Corbin University, an NAIA school.
How many Ks?
I'd say a lot of C's in that sentence
Or is
there.
it C's? Okay.
Yeah. Kemaketa Community College and transferred to Corbin. Line drive for Ada Rosales, past the glove of a diving Sam Troyer, and now it's booted. Carreño is going to go to third. Second is Lara. That's going to be a hit and an error. So it's second and third. Ball just got up on Rick Phillips. He's going to take the E9. So Rosales, who came into this game for Lara in the 6th, gets a single. It's second and third. 1 man out. First error of the ball game. First pitch is low.
And yes, the Chukars have scored a lot of runs, but it really is nice and refreshing to see that the Vibes have no fielding errors tonight after the string of games that they've had to begin the season.
Perez swings and misses. A triple in the third for Brandon. He is 1 for 3. 9 hits now for the Vibes. Only 12 hits for the Chukars in comparison, but it's a difference of 8 runs. The 1-1. Perez, small, back to Asa. He gets through. Callahan's going to pick it up, and he's going to have no play. That's going to be an error on Callahan. But it is an RBI for Perez. It's 1st and 3rd. First pitch to Diaz is outside. At the moment, the Vibes are down 7. It's Diaz at the plate, 1st and 3rd, 13-6. We've seen this before from this team at home. There goes Perez. It's high. West has no play, and that is going to be a stolen base.
And that's a Steezy stolen base.
Second and 3rd. There's the first strike of the at-bat.
Yeah, with Diaz's recent batting history, good chance to get 2 more with one swing of the bat.
And there's ball 4, and now the bases are loaded.
And all of a sudden, the 1-run, 2-hit ball pitching from Slocum really not factoring into this now.
Loaded for Hernandez. The first pitch is low. There's strike 1. This is the time now, Don. Down 7, bases loaded in the 6th. And the 6th is important. When you get into those final 3, start to see the back end of a bullpen, you want to be able to strike now.
Yeah, the fresh arms later in the game. Put a damper on that.
Hernandez into center field, a base hit. This will score 1. This will score 2. To third is Diaz. A 2-run single. It's 13-8. And I have to say, the move of this inning so far, the pinch run of Carreño for Marquez. Because right now, we would be getting a logjam on the base paths if, unfortunately, again, not Caleb's fault. He's hurt, so he can't run, but he would be jamming up the base paths. Billy Gardner Jr. coming out. We are getting a pitching change. Vibes only down 5. 2 men on, 1 man out here in the 6th. We'll take a break. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Welcome back to the bottom of the 6th. 3 runs in for Rocky Mountain. It's 13-8. Jacob Asa is out. In is number 38, Keegan McGinnis.
6'6", 241 from Haymarket, Virginia. Right-hander, big, tall right-hander. Pitched in Virginia Tech 2017. Back in 2021 last year, pitched in 29 games with the Chukars. He had a 1-2 record. 51 strikeouts last year. Pretty variety of pitches. Fastball, knuckle curve. Might see that. Don't know if we're going to see that in this particular instance, but see if the Vibes can continue this inning.
It's 1 away. First and third, Ulysses Cantu at the dish. McGinnis is a very hard-throwing right-hander. And the first pitch is that breaking ball in the dirt. That might have been the knuckle curve. It's a strikeout pitch. He's a strikeout pitcher. The issue for McGinnis last year was the walks. 36 walks in 29 games, an ERA of 7.80. This year, however, 4 appearances, a 1.35 ERA, 6 strikeouts, and 6 2/3 in a jam. There goes Hernandez. West's throw on the money, and in time, coming home to score is Hernandez. Excuse me, is Diaz. So an out for a run. It's going to go caught stealing at second. 2-4. Now with 2 outs, it's Cantu. Bases are empty. There's a strike. 13-9 now. That's a 4-run ball game, and when you're within 4 runs, Don, that's only 1 swing of the bat to tie the game. Vibes fighting hard to break this streak. This one's in the dirt. 4 runs in the 5th, and now 4 runs in the 6th. And that's down low as well. They'll appeal it first, but he did not go around. Cantu today, 1 for 2, an RBI single in the 5th. He is the 7th man to bat here in the 6th. Once this inning is over, we will determine how many of these runs are earned on Jacob Asa's line. His night is over. Ground ball to third. Nice big hop for Stroop, who throws onto first. A nice throw. The inning is over. 4 more runs for Rocky Mountain. They now only trail by 4 runs as we head to the top of the 7th. It's 13-9. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Top of inning number 7, another home debut. Jesus Valenzuela, number 32, coming into the ball game. He will pitch against Feinstein, Hiskey, and Phillips, the 2, 3, 4 hitters. A new ball game, Vibes only down 4. First pitch is a strike. Missed his spot, but he missed over the plate. Jacob Asa, 4 runs, 1 earned out of all that. 2 errors in the inning. Just the first batter he allowed was earned. And now it's 0-2 on Feinstein. What do we know about Jesus Valenzuela, Don?
Came up from Monclova. We'll get some more information here. This is, appears to be his 8th appearance this year. He did 7 down in Mexico. 7 innings pitched, 16 hits. He's allowed 10 runs, 9 of those earned. Given up a couple of home runs.
So he's got quote-unquote big league experience. This is down low. 26-year-old from Los Mochis in Mexico. Made his Vibes debut back on the 3rd of June in northern Colorado. It's 1-2 to Feinstein. Ground ball toward Perez, and that'll get through. A high backhand. That's going to be a hit for Matt Feinstein.
Not quite sure that Brandon really wanted to field that ball. Kind of gave a half-hearted attempt at backhanding that.
He had to range far to his right. It would have been, let's say he comes up with the ball, Don. I don't know that he's throwing out Feinstein at first.
Yeah, his momentum kind of carried him forward. It would have been hard to set his right foot and make a good, strong throw.
Leadoff single for Idaho Falls. Hunter Hiskey at the plate. He has 3 RBI today. What the Vibes need now is a shutdown inning. Now officially 3 hours into our ball game at 9:33 p.m. Hector Figueroa went 3 innings. He allowed only 3 hits. He allowed 3 runs. All were earned. Struck out 2. And walked 2. One to Hiskey. There goes Feinstein. Lars' throw is high and into second. Holding his hand on the bag is Feinstein. That's going to be a stolen base. So a little bouncing ball through the infield, a stolen base, some small ball from the Chukars here in inning number 7. Setting up inside is Lara. The pitch to Hiskey is high and outside. There's the automatic strike 1. Tyler and Don with you from UC Health Park. The Lightning just sort of saying hi out in the east. It's flashing out there. It's not getting any closer, I don't think. To left. Hernandez. Late break, but now he gets back. Feinstein, is he going to try it? He is going to bluff. And a nice throw from Hernandez keeps him at second. So off the crack of the back, Hernandez sort of just planted and then started to drift backwards. This is Rick Phillips, who came in for the injured Calvin Estrada in the first inning. Phillips is 0 for 2. He has an RBI. He's also walked and scored a run. There goes Feinstein to third. Lara, or rather Rosales, I should say, who's behind the plate, will not have a throw, and that's also a stolen base. So like what we saw with Figueroa on the mound, Feinstein just timing Valenzuela, and now we're getting a pitching conversation with Hylan Peguero, who might be telling his young right-hander, you might want to look in to second once or twice. Because Feinstein stole that one off of Valenzuela and not Rosales. All that good work done by Rocky Mountain to get them within 4. You don't want that to become undone here in the 7th. The infield comes in on Phillips. Ground ball over third, down the line. That'll be a base hit for Phillips. It might be more than one base hit. This is a strong throw, way too strong from Hernandez. And that is going to be a double for Rick Phillips. It's an RBI double. In is Feinstein, and it's 14-9. Here's Brady West. Brady West, a single, a double, a walk, and a line out. With a man at second, he swings and misses. A different swing for Brady West. Coming out of North Greenville, he sort of had a hitch in his swing where he'd bring up the arms sort of a second time before he came through. But now he's just right through. Hands are much more quiet. That's down low. Their hitting coach out in Idaho Falls is Billy Butler. Lives out there full time. Doesn't travel with the team. Makes an appearance at Melaleuca Field. The 1-1 to West is low. For the Vibes in the 7th, Binder, Tejada, Carreño. Fouled away from West. Only in this league can I say after 3 hours, this one's far from over, Don.
That is true. That is true. Scored 8 of their 9 runs in the last 2 innings.
This is a group that's taken a couple off the chin early this season. They want to break this losing streak, and they believe in themselves. Lefty warming for the Vibes now. Looks like it's Tommy Caulfield. 2-2. Rosales sets an outside target. This is hit to center. This will get down. This will bring in Phillips from second. Brady West, an RBI single. And now the Chukars have 2 back here in the top of the 7th. This inning has gone single, sharp fly out, double single.
Third baseman, number 13, Dusty Stroop.
This is Dusty Stroop. Fly out, single, 2 strikeouts. 15-9. Swing and miss. 0-1.
And even here, you know, they got 3 at-bats left. They don't want to get discouraged, even with a couple of extra runs to overcome.
The only time they were able to keep Idaho Falls off the board was in the 6th. That's off the plate. For the Vibes, they scored 1 in the 3rd, 4 in the 5th, 4 in the 6th. For Idaho Falls, it was 1 in the 1st, 3 in the 2nd, 3 in the 3rd, 3 in the 4th, 3 in the 5th, and now 2 here, top of 7. Right there, it's 1 and 2. At first is Brady West. 15-9, Chukars in the top of inning number 7. Stroop, weak ground ball over to the dugout, and that's foul. We do have the pitch clock working tonight, but I don't think it's being enforced whatsoever because I've seen time expire on both teams. Maybe about a half dozen, maybe even about 8 to 10 times on each team. In the dirt. Tuesday night baseball from Colorado Springs. Tyler and Dawn and you, thank you for joining us. I'm looking at you, all 81 folks watching right now on YouTube. Maybe you're here for the Vibes. Maybe you're here for Idaho Falls. Maybe you're just here for baseball. We had folks who just get recommended this in their channels.
And it's nice to have that medium with lack of radio in this area carrying the ball games. So great opportunity for us to bring you the baseball.
We're at first, 1 out. And again, they'll check on West. Well, 3 half frames of momentum for the Vibes. 8 runs, allowing none. It's sort of come to a screeching halt here in the 7th. Just off the plate. And Rosales waited just an extra second to make sure that William Berger wasn't going to throw up the arms. Stroop to left. Does it have the distance? This ball off the top of the wall. It's long, it's strong, and that one is gone. Toward the Lightning. It goes off the top of the wall and out. Stroop's 3rd of the season. And now they've traded frames. After they've scored 4, they've allowed 4. It's 17-9, and that'll do it for Valenzuela. According to TrackMan, for those interested, 381 feet off the bat. We'll take a break here on YouTube. You're watching Vibes Baseball. Tommy Caulfield, the new Vibes pitcher, here in the top of the 7th inning. Andrew Don comes to the plate with 1 out, bases empty. The night for Valenzuela is over a third of an inning. He allowed 4 hits, 4 runs, all earned, no walks, no strikeouts. Don 0 for 3. He's walked. First pitch is outside. We've seen Caulfield a couple times this year already.
Yep, 5th appearance this year, combined 8.8 and 2/3 innings. 10 hits, 8 runs, 5 of those earned.
1-0 in the dirt. Tommy Caulfield from the San Francisco Bay Area. Burlingame, to be precise, which is on the peninsula. Here's one that catches the corner. It's 2-1. Well, it's been 2 steps forward and now 1 step back for Rocky Mountain in this comeback bid. They got this game to within 4 runs. Ground ball to third. Charging is Binder. The throw is in time and a nice play. Don is out 5-3. 2 outs here in the 7th. It's back to an 8-run deficit. They were down by 12 at one point, and they got it all the way back to 4. Here's Callahan, the shortstop. He finally did reach base in the 6th inning. Every Chucker has reached base. Not every Chucker has a hit, though. Callahan takes strike 1.
Caulfield's best outing this year back on May 25th. Pitched an inning and 2/3 and only gave up 1 hit during that time. So, again, a good young prospect for the Vibes. See how he fits into this rotation.
Callahan takes high. He's also only one of, I believe, 2 lefties that the Vibes have, and left-handed pitching is so hard to find, especially in the Pioneer League where the restrictions on experience, some guys graduate out of it, can't come back. Guys are hard to find. Ground ball toward third. Charging again is Binder. On to first in time. Back-to-back nice plays from the Vibes third baseman. 4 runs on 4 hits. No errors. No one left on base for Idaho Falls. Time to stretch from UC Health Park. It's 17-9 Chuckers. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Bottom of the 7th inning, Keegan McGinnis on the mound for Idaho Falls. Dallas Binder, who made back-to-back really nice plays to end the top of the 7th. He'll lead things off for Rocky Mountain, followed by Miguel Tejada and Paul Carreño, who will get his first at-bat after pinch running from Marquez in the 6th. Welcome back to our broadcast. Tyler Peterson, that's me. Don Arcuri.
And that's me.
All right, there he is.
Right on cue.
Dallas Bender, 1 for 3, RBI single back in the 5th. Didn't mean to put you on the spot with the pizza or the pretzel bites.
It's all part of the fun of minor league baseball.
Swing and a miss, first pitch, right past Bender. There's a strike. It's now 0-2 on Dallas Bender. McGinnis got the last out in the 6th inning on Cantu. Stopped the bleeding at 4 runs. Swing and a miss, and I think there was that knuckle curve. Not much of a chance for Bender in that at bat. First strikeout for McGinnis. And there's 1 away. Here's Tejada, who's 0 for 3. Tejada's the kind of guy who's, to put it one way, not really looking for a walk when he goes up to the plate. Takes the first pitch low.
He suffered a couple of fielding errors early on in the season, and his bat has really brought him back in again. Like you mentioned earlier in this game, he's batted his way into this lineup.
Takes high on that McGinnis fastball. Bases are empty, 1 away here in the bottom of the 7th. Tejada takes high again. Watching McGinnis last year, and by the numbers this year, he has improved. But last year, it'd be something like Keegan would have 1 or 2 good outings, or he'd come and he'd strike in 2 guys, and then he'd walk 2. There's a strike to Tejada. So far, 2 outs from McGinnis here. And good early returns as well for McGinnis. He's got an ERA under 2. Looks like Tommy Caulfield will come out and pitch the 8th with the Vibes bullpen quiet. And there's strike 2 called on Tejada.
Exchanging some pleasantries with Bill Berger.
If I were a betting man, which I'm not in sports, I would say McGinnis is coming back with that breaking ball. And he didn't. And it's high, it's ball 4. And that's why I'm not a betting man in sports.
Safe to say, you probably don't see a whole lot of knuckle curveballs in the Pioneer League. Probably takes a little while to master, and a lot of the guys are young, or fairly young, relatively young. But you have some veterans out there as well.
Here's Paul Carreño. He gets his first plate appearance of today. First pitch poured in at 92. Carreño featured at first base during that no-co series in relief of Marquez. He's batting .243, 1 home run, 6 RBI. He hit that home run, I believe, in the last game against Glacier.
Pretty exciting for him.
They're not holding on to Tejada at first. And that's strike 2. 89 from McGinnis. The 1-2 to Carreño, out of the glove of Brady West. And he might be a little bit upset with himself. Tipped out of the glove. It's not his fault, but as a catcher, when you feel it hit the mitt, you always want to close it. Another 1-2. Touch high, it's 2-2. Well, the heart of this Vibes order, Hernandez, Cantu, Bender, Tejada, Marquez. Of course, Marquez is out. But they'll hit one more time here. It's just a matter of if you can get them mixed in again before the 9th inning. So both Rosales and Carreño are in the game as we speak. Only Rabago is on the bench. 3-2 hit to center field. It's hard hit. It's right at Matt Feinstein, however. And there's 2 away. And here's Joshua Esparza, and if there's anyone in this lineup right now who wants a hit, it's probably Esparza, who had to sit out for the last 10 days. Wasn't a very serious injury, maybe something he might have been able to play through, but the move was made to have him sit. He's taken an 0 for 3 today. First pitch is high. On deck is Rosales, who singled in his only plate appearance. I don't know if the Lara change was just a matter of getting someone else in there, or whether I didn't see anything that Julian had to come out for necessarily.
Didn't appear like he was injured, and maybe they're just splitting playing time tonight.
We had the oldest member of the Vibes, Garrett Alvarez, start this game. Eder Rosales is the youngest member of the Vibes at 19, the only teenager on the roster as we speak. Esparza, over anxious, chased a high one, and it's 2-1. You can see he wants that base hit.
He sure does.
But he helped McGinnis there. And a swing and a miss. Overpowered with the high fastball. It's 2-2. I'll try this again. If I were a betting man, which I'm not, I say he goes right back up there with another high fastball.
Yep, as long as Esparza's willing to chase it.
It's a ground ball on one hop to Callahan. He goes the short way, and the inning is over. We head to the top of the 8th. Only a walk for the Vibes in the 7th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and one man left on base. 17-9, Idaho Falls. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Top of the 8th inning. It's 17-9. The Chukars lead the Vibes. Tyler Peterson and Don Arcuri with you. 2 more innings left in this ball game. We are 3 hours and 30 minutes in. First pitch is outside. Tommy Caulfield facing Sam Troyer, then Steve Barmakian and Matt Feinstein. This is fouled away. Is there such a thing as a fast or slow 3 hour and 30-minute game?
Not when the score is 17-9.
I suppose not. We appreciate all of you sticking with us. Still have 64 folks still watching. Strike 2 on Troyer.
6:30 start times for the remainder of this week through Saturday night. 5:05 on Sunday. Lots of great promotions coming up. Hope to see you out here at the ballpark if you're in the Colorado Springs area.
Ground ball up the middle. It's going to be into center field. Nice try by Perez. A single for Troyer. His 4th hit. I got a text again, assistant GM, but this time Vibes assistant GM Aaron Griffith. 1,207 folks coming out to tonight's ball game. Here's Barmakian. First pitch inside. One hit for Steve tonight. He is 1 for 3 with 2 walks. Breaking ball good enough for strike 2. Paul Carreño is going to play behind Sam Troyer. Was holding him on initially. The 0-2. Hit to center. That's a base hit for Barmakian. He has 2 hits. Back-to-back singles to begin the 8th for Idaho Falls. That'll bring up Mr. number 17, Matt Feinstein. Was able to keep that number even though he didn't begin the year with the Chukars.
Center fielder, number 17, Matt Feinstein.
Two straight singles to begin the ball game. To begin the 8th inning. Let's let that one go, Don. Feinstein today, a single, an RBI walk, a strikeout, an RBI double, and another single. He has 3 hits. He's driven in 2 runs. It was a good breaking ball, but broke a little too much to be a strike, says home plate umpire. No substitutions for the Chukars in the batting order or on defense other than the injury for Estrada. They have 2 catchers still on the bench. Hunter Hudson and Kevin Elefante. Elefante, of course, Spanish for giraffe. 3-0 pitch. There's strike 1. High to Feinstein. Single walk here in the 8th. Troyer to third. Barmakian to second. Feinstein to first. They're loaded for Hunter Hiskey. First pitch to Hiskey, called strike one. Hiskey 2 hits in 4 at-bats. He's driven in 3. He's scored a run as well. Caulfield, the 6th pitcher for Rocky Mountain today. Fouled off. It's 0-2. We've got kids who are in the right field side of the bleachers. They think they can get this done going all the way to left field.
Well, they have I think it's the 4-year-old girl, maybe, who was the lone beneficiary of that foul ball.
They were about 5 sections too late there. Strike 3 to Hunter Hiskey.
And now the boys are yelling back at their parents like, why did you send me over there?
Well, for those guys, I got to say, it's 10-10. I think the parents are just trying to get all the energy that's left out of them.
Oh.
Big strikeout for Tommy Caulfield to get Hiskey looking. This is Phillips. RBI double in the 7th. A ground ball gets Rocky Mountain out of the inning. And the first pitch is swung on and missed. Bases are loaded. Troyer at third, Barmakian at second, and Feinstein at first. It's a 17-9 ball game here in the top of the 8th, 1 away. And that's high, and sort of interesting from Phillips. You could see him sort of rear back with the hands, almost like he was ready to uncoil and swing through that one, but like we talked about before, these late inning situations with guys who, again, what are we here for? We're here for player development. Rick Phillips wants to come through here. He wants to get a few more RBI on that box score so he gets noticed by a team. Maybe he gets signed. Just because the game is where it is situationally, it's not on the mind of Rick Phillips, but for Tommy Caulfield, back-to-back backwards Ks. Well, how about this right now from Caulfield? If he can slink out of this one.
Catcher, number 30, Brady West.
Strikeout of Hiskey. Strikeout of Phillips. Here's Brady West.
Every at-bat, every pitch, usually very important to a lot of these players.
West, a swing, a foul ball back. There go the kids. Anybody have that one? No, actually that one makes the concourse. Was that picked up by Jacob, our merch coordinator? Maybe somebody else got it, but I saw Jacob. He was in the area. He was ready. Strike 2 to Brady West. Well, Tommy Caulfield, he's worked himself in, and now he's nearly worked himself out of this. Single walk, and then backwards K, 0-2 on West. The 0-2. Ground ball towards second. Cantu gathers, and that's the inning. Well done by Tommy Caulfield. He will feel good about his performance tonight. That's 1 1/3 scoreless so far for the Vibes left-hander. We head to the bottom of the 8th. Vibes down 8 with 6 outs remaining. You're listening and watching to Vibes Baseball here on YouTube. It's the bottom of the 8th inning. 9-1-2. Rosales, Perez, and Diaz to face the new Chukars pitcher, Victor Rodriguez. Victor from Maracaibo, Venezuela. Signed with the team last year. Keegan McGinnis, a nice performance for him. 1 1/3. No hits, no runs, no earned runs, a walk, and a strikeout. He's put himself in a pretty good position to pick up a victory on a scorer's decision. Here's Eder Rosales. He is 1 for 1. And the first pitch from Victor is swung on and missed. How is the rest of the league faring as we speak, Don?
I'll hit that after this pitch. One game gone final here at Ogden. The Raptors hold on to beat Northern Colorado 5-2. A couple of games in the bottom of the ninth. We'll get to those here in just a second.
The 1-1 becomes 2-1.
And the Boise Hawks at Grand Junction beat the Rockies 9-2 tonight in the bottom of the ninth inning. See if Grand Junction can come back from that. And the Range Riders are ahead of the Great Falls Voyagers 8-7, and they're also on the bottom of the ninth.
Tapped at the plate. Fair on the plate. Rosales is out. That's 2 unassisted. He hit that, I think, 1 inch. I think he hit that pretty much exactly 1 inch. It was on home plate. It didn't even go off the plate. It landed pretty much smack dab right in the middle of the plate. That's actually something that I've never seen before with my own eyes. I've seen it dribble in front, but not one that just dies right on it. I mean, you have to hit the ball pretty much perpendicularly.
I'll have to look that one up.
You have to hit it perpendicular. It's too late for all these math terms. 0-2 to Perez. Believe me, for my journalism degree at ASU, I had to take one math class, and it was called college algebra, which is about as vague as it sounds. Swing and a miss. Strike 3.
Good swing from Perez, but not able to make contact.
First strikeout for Rodriguez. Here's Gio Diaz. Every at-bat he's had has been a good one. Single, sac fly, single walk. He's scored 2 runs. Try to keep his perfect night. Ground ball. 2 hops on the short hop to Callahan. He throws in time. It's a 1-2-3 inning. We head to the top of the ninth. 17-9 Idaho Falls. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Last call, top of the ninth. Dusty Stroop, Andrew Dawn, Eric Callahan to face Tommy Caulfield, who's gone 1 2/3 scoreless, looking to finish off the top half here and go 2 2/3 scoreless. Dusty Stroop hit a home run to right field, about as close to keeping it in the park as you can. It was off the top of the wall. It bounced out. We saw Dominic Hernandez do that, maybe even game 1, maybe game 2. I can't quite remember, but he had hit the top of the wall and had it bounce in.
Almost in the same spot. So may have to look at wall construction out there and see what's going on.
It pretty much was almost the same spot, wasn't it? Over that AMR and GFL signs. Line drive past Bannon Perez. That's a hit for Dusty Stroop. Here to lead off the 9th inning. It's the 19th hit for Idaho Falls. And here's Andrew Dawn. It was a hanging breaking ball, and Stroop got on top of it. Perez plays deep. Might be better off playing maybe just a step or in. Not now with the double playing order, but that was a pitch that when it was hit.
Could have been a line drive out.
Could have been a line drive out. Dawn, a weak chopper toward Binder. He'll go to first to get Andrew Dawn 5-3.
Binder playing his position well tonight. Bright spot in fielding for the Vibes.
No errors from Binder, and when he's charged the ball, he's made great plays. It was just that one soft line drive when the sun was in his eyes that, again, you could say whatever you want about the outcome of this ball game, but it was a big moment at the time. It was a 1-0 ball game, if I remember back to yesterday when this ball game began. This is fouled back by Eric Callahan. Eric Callahan is 1 for 5. He singled in the 6th. Runner at second, 1 out. Off the plate.
Some major league scores for you here. Bottom of the 7th inning, Red Sox and Angels all tied up at 5. Padres all over the Mets at 8th inning, 7-0. Colorado Rockies up 5-3.
1-1 is tapped back to Caulfield. Has to charge. He has to spin. He has to throw in time. He does. 1-3. Two outs, and that'll bring up Sam Troyer. It's interesting, too, Don, you mentioned that score. It's a 5-5 ball game right now between Boston and L.A. They just fired their manager. Joe Madden is out down in Anaheim. They've lost 12 in a row. Phil Nevin, I believe, is the new skipper. It might have raised some eyebrows, but when Mike Trout's gone 0 for 21 and then he finally gets a base hit, when things aren't going right, usually the shakeup is, the hitting coach or the pitching coach, let's go. But Joe Madden, it was a big name. This is hit to right field. That gets down for a hit. Charging is Diaz. They're going to hold the runner at third. Sam Troyer, a 5-hit night in 6 at-bats out of the 9 spot.
And you know the Angels are 500, so it's not like they're playing that badly, but they probably could be playing better, I suppose.
Joe Maddon's one of those names that you'd have to believe any team that maybe is in a sort of a mediocre spot looking for someone to sort of galvanize the team, that he would get hired if there were an opening come next year. I remember when the Pittsburgh Pirates, they were going through a tough stretch in the mid-2000s toward the 2010s. They hired Clint Hurdle. And for a short time there, the Pirates made a few playoffs under Clint Hurdle.
And he was a well-loved manager here for the Rockies for his time. Players played hard for him.
First and third for the Chukars here in the top of the 9th. It's 17-9. It's Steve Barmakian at the plate in a 1-1 count. Nobody goes anywhere as that ball got away from Rosales.
And some finals for you in Major League Baseball. The Guardians even their record with a 6-3 win over the Rangers. Reds 14-8 over the Diamondbacks. And the Marlins 12-2 victors over Washington Nationals.
To center. Back is Esparza, still going back. He turns around, he makes the catch. The inning is over. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base for Idaho Falls. We go to the last of the 9th. 3 outs remain in this ball game. 17-9, Idaho Falls. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Bottom of the 9th. It's 17-9, Idaho Falls over Rocky Mountain. Tyler Peterson and Don Arcuri, and 65 brave souls still with us here in the bottom of the 9th. Hernandez, Cantu, and Binder, the 3-4-5 hitters, to face Victor Rodriguez. In his second inning of work, Hernandez to right. Way in was Phillips. Can he get back on this ball? He will. Well, Hernandez is going to feel shortchanged because he gave that a ride, and with where Phillips was playing, I didn't think he had a chance to get to that, but credit the right fielder,
Ball
Phillips.
kind of hung up in the air a little bit longer than we would have liked, and nice play on the ball from Rick Phillips. Filled in admirably tonight for Calvin Estrada.
Here's Cantu. First pitch is outside. If there's any goal right now for the Vibes, it's to try to get somebody up in that Chukars bullpen. Strike one. Cantu an RBI single in the 5th. He is 1 for 3. That's in the dirt. There's the 1-2 to Cantu, and it's in the dirt. I'm not sure who's starting tomorrow for Rocky Mountain, but I can tell you that former UCCS Mountain Lion Daniel Silva will start for Idaho Falls. Cantu is going to have to go back in that box, as that's strike 2 now. He's on his way over to first. It'll be a full count. Swing and a miss. Same pitch, same spot. Cantu's going to let him know that he didn't like it. For Rodriguez, his 2nd strikeout.
Third baseman, number 14, Dallas Bender.
And now Dallas Bender, who was in camp with Idaho Falls. 1 for 4 tonight. And the last man standing, as we are 1 minute away from 4 hours. It's down in the dirt. It's ball 1.
Gone final in Grand Junction. The Hawks over the Rockies 9-2. And the Great Falls Voyagers come back in the 9th inning to win the ball game against the Range Riders 9-8.
Wow, they pulled off another victory in Great Falls. That's something we didn't see last year. Great Falls, they might actually have something up there. They had a tough year last year. They kept some guys around. I understand, have better pitching. And tough for Glacier, who's now lost 6 in a row since leaving UC Health Park. Great Falls is the number 1 team in the Pioneer League. Two-one to Bender. 2-2 to Bender. 1 strike away now is Victor Rodriguez. Popped up behind first. Hunter Hiskey over. Does he have a play? He will not. Falls on the track. And Bender stays alive. Still 2-2. 2 outs, bases empty. Stays alive. Like to thank our technical director tonight, Melina Nelson, our cameramen, Hayden Everhart and Enda Mangan. Gage Dana, also back in La Crosse, overseeing operations. They are the team that is able to put together these fantastic broadcasts of Rocky Mountain Vibes baseball. Full count on Bender with 2 outs in the 9th. And he stays alive. Where's the ball? Somebody
Not sure if
wants
it got
it.
caught up in one of the luxury suites up there. And the trophy is held high. Popped up like Where's Waldo?
3-2. Inside, ball 4. Not close enough to be called strike 3. One more at bat for Miguel Tejada Jr. now. Rodriguez has thrown 24 pitches since starting the 8th. That's the first base runner he's allowed. Tejada gets one more chance to end this night with a base hit. And he swings and misses way, way, way too early. Strike 2 on Tejada. So a quick 0-2. Rodriguez is set. Here it is. It's high. Tomorrow a 6:30 ball game, as will each of the next 4. And then Sunday a 5:05 start time. The 1-2, Tejada takes high again. 17 runs on 20 hits and 2 errors for Idaho Falls. 9 runs on 10 hits and no errors for Rocky Mountain.
And this may be the first no-error game that they've had this season, so good playing in the field this evening.
Swing and a miss. The ball game is over. Final score, Chukars 17 and the Vibes 9. Stick around for our quick postgame show after we take a short break. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back inside UC Health Park. Tyler Peterson and Don Arcuri finishing this one off. 9 runs on 10 hits and no errors for the Vibes. 17 runs on 20 hits and no errors for Idaho Falls. They win this one. Keegan McGinnis takes the win. Garrett Alver All right, we are now back. Don, your thoughts on tonight's game?
Well, would have been nice to see. Would have been nice to see a rebound from the road trip, and there's still some bright spots. A couple of back-to-back 4-run innings tonight, so they know they can score some runs in bunches. They just did again. We talked about it even early on in the season. You know, all three phases: pitching, hitting, and fielding. Bright spots all around. It's just a matter of putting it all together. And another tough loss, but still some good production tonight from quite a few of the players. And we'll see how the rest of the series plays out.
Final score one last time, 17-0. The Vibes dropped this opening game. For Don Arcuri, I'm Tyler Peterson. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.